Head to Knoxville, don't be late. Baker's Live, it's gonna be great. June 5th and 6th, mark your date at Dollywood, we'll celebrate. Meet Baker and more cool friends. Live show magic that never ends. Come to Dollywood, feel the vibe. With great people there, it's gonna be a ride. Rides, fun, and meet and greet. Baker and pals, the crew's so sweet. Get ready for laughs, cheers, and thrills. Knoxville's the place, it's giving chills. Meet Baker and more cool friends. Live show magic that never ends. Come to Dollywood, feel the vibe. With great people there, it's gonna be a ride. June 5th and 6th, don't miss the fun. Meet Baker and friends, it's second to none. Baker and friends, it's second to none.
God morgen, god middag, god eftermiddag. Hvor end du er, hvor end du må være på vej hen, eller hvad jeg kan finde på at sige. Guten Tag, guten Morgen, guten Nachmittag. Wie immer du bist, wie immer du sind, wie immer du glaubst du bist. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, what if any you might be. How are everyone doing this fine morning? Hello. How is everyone doing? Are we happy as a pig in mud? Or maybe as I don't know. But no, Timberman, I just proved to you that I do speak 3 different languages. The German is a little rusty. But I'm not sure that I can handle streaming today. Marissa might have to come in and take over because I got the big sats. Because all of us nasty people who are so nasty, we deserve when people come into my comments and say, you suck. I did it once, he told me he loved me. So I don't count that as sucking. And calling me illiterate, calling me a grifter. It's really... Are these... One thing I don't get about these schoolyard insults, don't they know who we are? That we're grown-ups? Don't they know I've taken... I took two tours in the Balkans. Do they really think it's gonna hurt my little fifis if they tell me I'm an idiot? I say that more than anyone. When I had a Serbian guy point a shotgun to my face and yell at me in Serbian, I don't speak Serbian. I understood what he said, though. Because that's the universal language of you don't do that anymore. Do they really think that calling me a liar is gonna hurt my fifis? They really should come up with something better than. And that weirdo who came in here yesterday and did that chat that Chrissy kind of made him end his stream. That's what I'm trying to say. No speaky English. He keeps calling me out on Twitch and how he's gonna wreck me. Bro, go outside. Sun is shining. Do something nice. I went and picked up some stuff for my brother today. I didn't feel well because I'm an idiot. I got up at 4 a.m. and went on and streamed with the expert for 2 hours. And then I had to do something for my brother and had to do something for my other brother. And I'm such a nice guy. And I was out, the sun was shining, I went shopping. And funny enough, my entire life wasn't consumed with YouTube. Imagine if their life was kind of like that. Anyway, I have it the same way. I've been married before. There's nothing they can say and do that'll make me even blink. Yeah. It's, yeah. I don't know. The last time I cried was New Year's Eve, the year my dad died. Yeah. No, that's not true. I cried when my daughter told me I was going to be a grandpa. Because real men cry when it's important. We don't cry over. We cry at the end of Forrest Gump. Of course we do. But other than that, only soldiers coming home to their dog videos and family members dying or being born. Someone said today sticks and stones because apparently they can call me every name in the book because someone is following someone and taking secret photos of them. I didn't do that. I'm 6,000 miles away from all of this. It's that, well, it makes sense if you don't think about it. And talking about where does it make sense if you don't think about it? Oh my God, my nose is red. It's in the Canton Triangle. And in the Canton Triangle, do you know what they have? They have grifter merch. Fresh off the press, the new Canton Triangle mug with a #free can read on it. And because people have been talking about it, I also got a woman's. I can't see those small. As a woman's classic medium and a universal. This is a large. Doesn't come off as well on this one. I should have chosen another color than the pink for the red shirt. But it's been a while since we did a giveaway. Karen Reed is starting up again, and I have blasted through the subscribe. I think the last giveaway was 12,000. So I will be giving away 2 cups and those 2 shirts. And I still have a box of chocolate that wasn't, no one claimed it the last time. And I have a book that's from my very first giveaway. Someone said, I'm moving, I'll write you after. I never heard back. So I'm deciding that time's up. So we will be planning a giveaway stream where you can win one of these items, just to get prepared for the Karen Reed stream. That's Should we do that? Yeah, if Jamie says it's okay. Denmark need bigger coffee cups. It's not from Denmark. It's actually the size 11 ounces. It's an American size. So, Marissa, boo-hoo. Good morning, bakery and friends. Sammy spills the tea. Thank you so much. This isn't the right pen. No, so I'll find a time where we can do a little giveaway, nothing stream, and give away some t-shirts and some cups, and a book, and some chocolate, because then there's something for everyone. Well, I'm a nudist and I don't eat chocolate or read books. Well, then there's pleasant company for you. I feel that men crying at the beauty of a sunrise music or art is also acceptable. If they are alone, yes, they can do that. Tears when you step on Lego is also acceptable. No, pure rage is acceptable. This is a woman's t-shirt size medium. I didn't want to buy it small because it didn't look big to begin with. And yes, it looks like it could fit a child. So if you have a child, maybe it's for her. Hey, Ginger with a soul. Yeah, I don't pick up on it. People needs to get out more. Needs to find a piece of grass and touch it. That's the thing. I will never be that mean. Well, I can't promise because it is Jamie who runs the acquisition department in Baker Media. So I don't know if she will, because she's mean. She might buy. It'll be the only book she'll ever sell, but she might buy some of the hard copy and give it away. But if she does that, I will seek employment elsewhere. Hey, Winosaur. Did I apologize to Plevin? So I tried to do it on my watch, but it didn't pick up. Talking about the one you're drinking from. This is bigger than an 11-ounce cup. I have a very big head and a very big body, so these are two full Longo and foam milk shots from Nespresso. If you agree that Baker was a meanie butt for not defending me against Plevin, no matter your color, give him a thumb. I don't know why I should defend you, Zach. I am the one who talked bad about you. I didn't buy Danielle a t-shirt in extra large. Stop it. It won't be that book. I'm not that evil. I'm not that mad. If I ever buy that man's book, take me out back, old Yeller, because I've lost my mind. Yep. That's not something to do. Only a single tear. That's what men are allowed to cry every year. You can't even use it for that. It'll be worse for your behind than a trip to Taco Bell, which is the most authentic Mexican food you can buy in the world. Iris told me when she was in Copenhagen, she said, "Donde está la Taco Bell?" And I said, "Sorry." And she said, "Where's Taco Bell?" And I said, "We don't have Taco Bell in Denmark." She said, "Ay. Why can't I get my native food?" I said, "We have Mexican restaurants. That's not Mexican." I said, "What? Tacos, whatever they had." And she said, "No, I need to go to Taco Bell and have their burrito supreme. That's the only authentic Mexican meal." True story. And then I took her for a 6,000-mile walk, and she ate Danish food. Jamie, you should have. Oh, I had herring and curry today. Oh, it's good. Jamie, hey, it's Tuesday, not quite hump day yet, but we can still have a good day. Hope it's not too cold. Get outside and smell the driveway. Love you. Yeah, Jamie doesn't want to come on. Hey, missing metadata. And as always, court is 6 minutes late now, so they'll probably be here within 15 minutes. They were supposed to have a voir dire this morning. It'll happen when it happens. Herring is really good. It's good for you. You need some fish oils. On a piece of rye bread, you won't get any better. And with curry on it, oh. Only thing I needed was some raw onions. I took you to a Turkish restaurant instead, and you liked it. Germany has 3 Taco Bells, and all of them are on American Army bases, so no normal person can eat there. That's the weird thing. When we were deployed, we can go to the Americans, because Americans had, I think they had a Burger King, they had a Pizza Hut. Did they have what? I can't remember. They had 1 or 2 more fast food places. And we were like, oh, you can get that. And then we went into their mess hall, because I was working with the mess as well. And we would just make, for lunch, we'll make 1 or 2 hot dishes you could eat on your rye bread, and then it'll just be cold cuts. And for dinner at night, you'll just get what we made. It could be something good. It could be whatever surprise we found in the fridge. It could be anything, but there was only one meal. Going into the Americans' mess and just see that ocean of food, oh my God, that was the best about being deployed. Hey, little D. Taco Bell and Starbucks both went bust in Australia. We have real coffee and Mexican here. I tried Taco Bell once on my trip back to Delaware from Washington. And I have to say, I took the extreme hot, don't touch this sauce. It wasn't that. I have sriracha in my fridge that's stronger than that. And it was super underwhelming. Oh, I would like that. Oh, Shuba, but that's weird. That Eastern European. Eastern Europeans people are weird people. They eat weird food. We eat normal herring. They put it in salad with tons of mayo. It's weird. I was just abducted and transported to New Nation just now. No lie. What the? Oh, so you jump channels? It's funny how that happens sometimes. I've done it a few times as well, and it's never a channel you ever been to before. You're thinking, what? Why am I here? I don't know why YouTube. Normally, when that happens, that's when all of us creators have to say, remember to check if you're still subscribed. Go around, check all the ones you're normally watching if you're subscribed, because whenever these glitches happens, it's when YouTube is implementing something new and very helpful for the creators, which is normally, did you know you can put more ads in your videos? There's probably an update on its way to YouTube. That's why it F's up. Hey, AJ. And AJ, this is a good Christian channel, so please don't talk about your meat bats and blinking brown eyes like you do on your channel. Keep that filth away from me. Mustard is basic food here, so it doesn't surprise me. You can get mustard on your bratwurst for free, but ketchup costs extra. I would rather have mustard with wurst, because ketchup is... Mayo is the real for me. I like mayo. It's Taco Bell. Anything good there, take off the menu, stat. Yeah. How am I today? Please never apologize for anyone else's behavior. We're here because I like this channel. Just remember, you can't argue with stupid. I can argue with stupid. I proved that for an hour. I don't think it'll change anything, but I did argue with stupid for an hour. And if you saw my apology video, remember that I actually speak 4 different languages. Sarcasm is one of them. It was a little tongue-in-cheek. It was just all of these people who always blame everyone else for being nasty just flooded my comment sections about how an idiot I was and how bad I was. And it's just sad that the only thing they have in their life is, oh, we hate Turtle Boy, and anyone who's not saying the same thing as us, we can just go around and yell and scream at him. And I love the part where they said, well, if you just let Plevin talk about his book, rewind the tape. Who was the one who didn't want to talk about his book? I was talking to one of you lovely subscribers today on Twitch, who's also reading the book, and I need to find some way of analyzing chapter 11. If it's a book club, me and Jemima, she has also read it, can talk about it or something. Chapter 11 is Karen Reed's point of view. It's so riddled with mistakes that I think I've read it twice and still didn't believe he could make so many basic mistakes. But if I just would have let him talk about his book. Yeah, brother. I don't buy Danielle t-shirts, especially not extra large. She only wanted that little section in the back end of Spencer's. That's where she talked about XXL things. Stop it. It's AJ who's... see what you made me say? That's not nice. I don't think I ever had ranch dressing. I know Jamie could live on a diet of ranch and cheese, but I never had it. Hey, Jude. Someone last night redirected me to goat cam in my sleep, woke up at 4 a.m. to multiple roosters. Yeah, that's the fun part of falling asleep with the stream on and getting redirected to Valhalla. That's the thing. You can't fix stupid. I at least know a few of the things he uses as big words in his book is used wrong. I had a buddy of mine once. He probably wasn't the smartest guy. He was a good boy. He kind of had that thing. He learned like a fancy word, and he would use it in almost any sentence, and he would use it completely wrong, but he used it in every sentence. I was just, that's not a, you can't say it like that. It's like California girls who use literally in literally every sentence. And he would do it, and then he would go maybe 6 months and find a new big word, and then he would start doing that in every sentence, and you're just sitting there thinking, come on, Buller. You know better than that. But he was a sweetheart. He wanted to see a priest. No, I shouldn't. That's for an AJ stream because it's a dirty story. No, I'm never gonna apologize. I admit I said Tui Rodriguez, which it was Tui V. Reagan. Sorry, and that Dutch person is really Tui Rodriguez. Yeah, funny. Again, I'm not a legal person, but I actually read what I'm talking about. I don't have anything to say sorry for. Well, sorry that I was stupid enough to believe in him as a grown-up. That's probably what I should say sorry for. Good morning, T-Rex. How on God's earth does he know his point of view? Because he used to be in a bar with dangerous men, and that put him in a place where he could go into the mindset of people. I wish that publisher would come back to me and say, you can buy the rights to the book for, I don't know, $100, and I would buy the rights. If I could just buy the rights to read it on my channel, and of course it'll be on YouTube forever, but I would pay $100. I know Scripps script rights to movies and stuff like that. You can get for an unknown artist like this, you can get it for max 5,000. But I just want the right to read it on YouTube, so he can't copyright strike me. And I would grift the heck out of it. I would take out all the parts where he talks about himself. That's not important. And all the parts where he talks about Lizzie Bowden and whatever else cases he's talking about, and just hammer down on how stupid the breakdown of the Karen Reed book is. I could make that money back in advertising because, oh my God, it's stupid. Have you ever read the comment section on a Ricada stream? You're moving on up. Maybe that's why he turned to the I think he turned to the fun powder because he got a little too big and a little too fast, and it happens. We've seen it before. A lot of superstars kind of lose their way, and then they come down again, and everything will be fine. Yeah, but he was a chaos streamer. I don't normally stream chaos, but I think the wonderful thing is they believe that it works, because I don't give two cents. I'll just if I need someone to yell at me, I'll just talk to Sue. Hollymac gifted 5 Broken Baby memberships to Alessi Never Sleeps, Marissa J, Mally MC, Kate, Sherry from Osay, Jenny Wilson. Oh, that's 2 characters from Forrest Gump video. Jenny and Wilson. I'm as smart at movies like Fedorowski. What the hell? AJ. Well, apparently when he ran his bar, it was a wild place. Then he sold it, and now it's one of the most popular bars in Boston. Maybe there's something wrong with the owners of it. Because I did a little digging and just to check up on his stories. Oh, well, we did when I was on The Expert this morning. We looked at his GoFundMe for his Big C. We looked at his... He has some drive-in tickets and stuff like that. It's nothing. Sue is not being slandered. It's not slander if it is the truth. Sorry. Isn't half the book about Plevin? Hey, Wiki from the UK. It's not half the book, but 1/3 of the book is about him, I would say. Then 1/4 is about other cases meshed in, so you don't know what, but that's why he became a law trooper, true crimer, and it's then he that's. I wanted to ask that question about his list because there's the Yellow Cottage Tail list, and Jemima was sweet enough to give me the numbers in order in the book. He lists the Yellow Cottage Tail rules. Rule 6, Rule 1, Rule 15, Rule 12, Rule 20, Rule 4, Rule 16, Rule 14. If you don't publish that list on your YouTube or on a website, on your Discord, why didn't you just call them 1 to 9? It makes no sense as a reader you start with Rule 6. Now I'm thinking about that book again. It hurts me. Hey, Dodo, 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 Dodo. Is my Wi-Fi breaking down? I'm not hoping it is. I'm hoping it will stay fresh. But he doesn't want to be a lawyer. In his book, it's clear that he has... I'm not... I only took psych in school. I had it on B level. That's the second highest we can have it in high school in Denmark. I'm not that smart. I got an A+ in it. But if I was to analyze him without having any knowledge about him, I would say he's just a very insecure and very jealous person, because he's talking so much about Aiden. He's talking so much about Mike. He's talking about all the grifting everyone else did. One even bought himself a studio, which is what every content creator wants. I have a studio. I don't need to go out and rent a place. It'll just be more overhead. Again, YouTube money is nice, but it's not like I'm gonna buy a Camaro nice, especially because Camaros in Denmark is a shitty Korean car. No, that's a Chevrolet. If you have, I have a hot water bottle. Put that on. Heat is way better than cold, in my opinion. Refresh YouTube will fix the issue. Thank you. YouTube, I'm betting they will send me a letter next week that, oh, they just implemented something smart. I might need to refresh. I'm not sure. Can I refresh while the stream is running? I'm not sure. Or will we lose connection? Is the handsome man really guilty? The only thing I'm guilty of is being too handsome.
The parties are present, the jury is not present, the matter is on for trial.
All right, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
He said on your show there's 2 speculative chapters. You just mentioned him talking about Borden and other cases. Sounds like only 2 chapters about Reed, and those are probably 50% wrong at least. Well, there's so many facts wrong in the non-speculative chapters. The thing, that's why I asked him in the beginning. It wasn't to be an asshole. It's, again, I think I said this yesterday. I asked him, is it fiction? Good morning, my owner food. I love CC. And Estrie is in the courtroom today. If it's fact or fiction, because you can have a fact-based fictional book if you say this is based on the facts of the case, but I have elaborated to make it more readable, because it gets really dry sometimes when you try to make a timeline and stuff like that. So you can put a little finesse on it. Don't change anything, but push it up a little bit. But he has so many mistakes in every chapter. That's why I asked him later, how many have you interviewed? Because he's talking about what people was thinking. And we haven't heard that anywhere. What was Trooper Proctor thinking when he woke up to that phone call that morning? What was Higgins' internal dialogue? And you can't have that in a book and claim that it's only facts if you don't have. I interviewed Higgins where he told me his thoughts were, because that it is a fictionalized version of the events, which is perfectly fine if you're having a conversation with Higgins and say, okay, I'm going to base it on these 4 interviews with you, and then you'll just put a little more meat on the bones. It's okay. And it wasn't meant like, is it just a bullshit novel? It's actually a lot of great writers do this, make these historical dramas. I like Collie Eagleton. You have Michael Crichton. No, he's the one who writes Jurassic Park. Who's the one who writes The Firm and stuff like that? He bases it on lawyers he knew and cases, and then he'll just shift around a little bit. You have the Danish writer, or what is Danish horseman, or whatever it's called, the one about Uhtred of I can't even remember what castle it's from. The Viking story of when the Vikings were in England, where you get all the things, but in a fictional universe. You can do that, and you can have a book that's really close to what it is, but you'll just meet it up a little bit and make it interesting for the reader. It wasn't an attack, it was just a question. But yeah.
So the Commonwealth submitted 2 cases for review. The Chisholm case, which is a new SJC case dealing with expert testimony, and the Polk case. I've read both of them.
No audio again today.
Prior to the voir dire,
No, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking to me.
I was asking Ms. Beatty.
Yes.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
So just to sort of narrow the Commonwealth's concern, in order for an expert to testify, I'm sure the court's well familiar with the standard, it needs to be beyond the common knowledge of the jury. So I don't know exactly what Dr. Zeisel is going to say, but the pandemic has been introduced already, the fact of the pandemic. All of these jurors lived through the pandemic. This isn't a situation where it's a pandemic that happened 30 or 40 years ago and there could be jurors who didn't experience it. They did. How is this case different than every other case?
I'm just going to see if Smart TV is streaming this, because this, that's the wrong one. This is annoying that the audio is this bad. Of course, put the wrong name in. That won't help. Nope. Nope.
The court in the matter now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Voice, will you tell us your name, spell your last name for the record?
Paul Zeisel, Zeizel.
And can you tell us what your profession is, sir?
I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist.
And can you tell us, please, briefly your work, your educational experience as it relates to clinical psychology?
Haven't we seen him in another case? I think I remember that big head.
I have a doctorate in clinical psychology from William James College. I have a master's degree from Harvard University, master's degree from Boston University, and a bachelor's from Queens College.
And have you acted in any particular capacity as it relates to a forensic consultant with that education?
Yeah, I hope the Wallow case is good. I know she's pro se. It's going to be way too late for me to cover it because it's Arizona time, and I think it ends at like 2 in the morning my time. So I hope you have a great hookup out there that covers it, because I think that's a little cray-cray as well.
Yes.
And can you tell us another time frame that you have acted as a forensic consultant?
So I've been licensed since 1989. I've worked as a forensic consultant and psychologist since 1990.
Yeah, it's a voir dire of a defense witness. Defense got the case yesterday. They brought in a doctor friend of his to testify. Nothing really, that he needed a place to stay and he ended up living in a mobile home because he couldn't stay in Germany. Then they brought in, and that ended weirdly. They brought in but maybe they'll voir dire her later. But they brought in a divorce lawyer to talk about some emails, and then they ended it because the state objected. So she should be the first one on the stand today, and they have to clear out that. But they need this voir dire of this guy. It sounded like he's going to talk something about COVID and probably what it did to brains, but that has nothing really, I don't think, maybe. It ended at 8 p.m., so that'll be, that's 2 my time.
3, I've testified in various cases dealing with...
If defense diaries are covering Vallow, I can only say go check them out.
Criminal responsibility for murder trials, sexual offenses, competency to stand
trial
trial.
TV Live as well. Also,
Mitigation cases, probate matters, matters of dangerousness, prediction of dangerousness. I'm a psychologist for the DEA, the Drug Enforcement Administration, where I deal with critical incidents that occur from agents engaged in various violent episodes. I was a forensic psychologist and clinical psychologist for the State Department, and I was in Afghanistan from late 2007, November 2007 to February 2011. For a period of 38 months, doing debriefings of traumatic events that have taken place, doing trainings, engaged with various governmental and federal agencies, and helping with debriefings as well.
And have you also been involved for about 4 or 5 years, actually, with the Department of State, Department of Defense?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that?
In those cases, I've done fitness for duty for evaluations of individuals who serve in the capacity of security personnel at various.
It's the head wound picture you sent me. I think it's already on the Discord. I opened the Twitter when I got up this morning, and the first picture is just a wound. I was, oh.
Embassies throughout the world.
And for example, can you tell us where you actually served in that capacity in other countries
I was in
that were involved in wartime?
Yes, I was in Cambodia early on 2 separate occasions, part of 2004, part of 2005. And then, as mentioned earlier, I was in Afghanistan. I also did some debriefings in Thailand and Bangkok at the U.S. Embassy
also
there.
A great channel.
And in the course
There's so
of
many
your,
great channels out there.
experience working for the Department of State and all the various other law enforcement agencies that you described as well, you have a private practice as well.
Yes, I do.
Have you focused on things such as stress control, post-traumatic stress disorder, battlefield chaos, for example, things of that nature?
Yes.
Have you focused in your studies or in your involvement as a psychologist with the concept of depression,
Yes.
anxiety?
Yes.
And without going into it, have you also published hundreds of articles or as far as psychological matters that you are involved?
I have published some, but not many.
How about peer review articles?
I did not.
Now, in this case, sir, have you had a chance or occasion to review the emergence of what we refer to as the coronavirus disease?
Yes.
When did the coronavirus disease occur spread in the world?
I believe the onset occurred in early 2020.
And about 1,000 others.
There's some questions and debates about whether it was earlier than that in various parts of the world, but in the United States it affected and impacted most people here in the early parts of 2020.
And in your opinion, sir, have you had occasion to review other articles, peer review articles, statistical analyses as it relates to the escalation of the pandemic into a global health crisis?
Yes.
Can you tell us on the basis that you, what you actually reviewed as far as other peer review articles?
I reviewed many of the articles that were published by the World Health Organization, through the UN, through the CDC, Centers for Disease Control.
No, because I don't think you can say emergency vehicles can't use their horns in special zones, because that's a warning. I'm not sure you can do that.
Various prestigious journals in the United States and worldwide, namely New England Journal of Medicine, and there have been articles published through the VA where a meta-analysis was done, which is a combining of other journal articles that were written discussing these themes and topics of the psychological sequelae and consequences of the worldwide pandemic. And the meaningfulness of a meta-analysis in a research article is that it makes the sample size a lot larger. So instead of having a sample size that could be 30 or 40 people, the meta-analysis has samples of 4,000 patients. So the statistical significance is more meaningful with a larger size in the research population.
Now, as it relates to adverse psychological effects of the pandemic, is it your understanding that the technique of theory has been tested by individuals in your field?
Yes.
And in what capacity have they been tested?
They've been tested using standard psychological instruments that measure things like depression, anxiety,
Oh,
PTSD, or post-traumatic stress.
well, it could be a valid question because no one can hear anything, say anything, do anything. So, sorry, I took you seriously.
Just sort of on different levels, whether it's acute, chronic, or complex.
Now, as it relates to the concerns, if you will, that an individual had as a result of this overwhelming pandemic, there are two factors, anxiety and fear.
Yes.
Can you explain that, sir? What is passive anxiety? What is pervasive anxiety? And what, if any, effect does that have on a person's depression?
Well, so everyone experiences anxiety. It's part of normal living. The issue from a psychological point of view and a mental health issue is when anxiety becomes elevated to the point where people cannot function in their normal way of dealing with the world on an everyday basis. So when they face challenges and their anxiety is elevated, they end up often having problems figuring things out. There is a cognitive diminishment in.
What does that mean?
It means they can't think straight. People forget things. They have a reduction in their ability to problem solve. Pervasive anxiety is essentially overwhelming anxiety, and that can sometimes immobilize a person where they can't do their work, they can't work at home, they can't go to school, they have problems doing the most simple things, going to the market, trying to make decisions about what food to buy. And the element of anxiety from a treatment point of view has always been easier to manage when there's engagement with other people, because the human condition is a social condition. People are in groups. Healthy people have friends. Healthy resolution for anxiety and depression often requires people to gather with each other. So this becomes particularly problematic when people had to shelter in place and be isolated. Shelter in place means you.
Can we just get to the part that you diagnosed him and said, well, he was clearly cray-cray when he did it, or else this have no meaning that we all got the big sats doing the koof. It's not that long ago. We can all remember it. I think I lasted about a week doing all the things because I had a 78-year-old dad who was sitting alone. He couldn't have anything. I did the thing that we were told, leave it out on the porch and just wave through the window and all of that stuff. And I think I lasted maybe a week because I could just see him go gray. So I went in and talked to him and lost him 6 months later. Not because of me, but because of a heart attack. Well, I was there when it happened. What does this have to do with anything? His emotional state, it was most of the world that was locked down, not Sweden. But we didn't all go cray-cray. I saw some guy today just came out of isolation after 5 years. Well, it worked. Thank you. You saved the world. Where are we going with this? It seems like a Hail Mary that doesn't go anywhere. I don't know.
You stay home, you do not go out, you do not subject yourself to the possibility of being infected by someone who may be a carrier of any disease. Obviously, COVID-19 would be what we're referring to. And
should be done by, or in the hands of the jury, Wednesday or maybe even tomorrow if cross-examination of Dr. Tuerk isn't too long. They said it just before they ended yesterday.
You don't expose others in case you are asymptomatic, though positive for the disorder.
Now, in your studies or in your evaluation of the effect of the pandemic on human beings, is fear a major factor?
Yes.
Is that a central mediator of the psychological distress?
Yes.
What does that mean?
What it means is that fear is always the cornerstone of anxiety, because anxiety is often about what is going to be happening.
Laura, this is a welcoming and engaging community, But there is something that's called oversharing. I don't know. Is poop something we're sharing with each other? Because I can do a morning segment every day saying bowel movements of the day, and we can kind of rate it. Maybe put some photos in Discord so we can. Sometimes it's a Jackson Pollock. Sometimes it's more aesthetically pleasing. But I'm not sure that this is poop on a budget. We can make a special Sunday segment for poop on a budget. But I'm glad that you have a healthy and regular bowel movement.
Around the corner. It's future oriented. Although people are anxious in the moment, if you speak to people who have panic attacks and significant anxiety, it's about what's going to happen next. So whether you're on an airplane and the flight is fine, it's not the anxious person who worries about what's going on now, it's they worry about what's going to happen the next minute or the next hour. So fear becomes the cornerstone because it's all anticipatory. It's all future related. And that's why when you have a pandemic where the world's leading experts are at a loss to provide guidance and therefore psychological comfort and support for the citizens of the world.
I really hope it's not a text to her husband that she accidentally put in in chat. That would be...
only rotates the dial of that anxiety measure and people become extremely anxious. And we're not referring to just simply people have a pre-existing mental health disorder of some type of anxiety disorder, but normal people who have never been exposed to these things before, and normal people who are engaged in work and social opportunities.
But it's yeah, of course you can do that. But again, then did he seek health professionals?
Where they've always been productive, had meaningfulness.
And they were already separated because he had been in Germany trying to get a job and had to go home, and then it took some time. So again, it's one of those...
Had what we call hope, the triad of hopefulness, hopefulness about the world, hopefulness about themselves, and hopefulness about the world around them and their future. And when you are struggling to make sense of things and you're isolated, it has a synergistic effect where you become far more anxious than you've ever been. And these are for people who generally don't have a great deal of anxiety. That's the hard part.
Now, your report, for example, on page 2 of your report, you make reference to the research as it relates to fear leading to anxiety. Is that correct?
Yes.
Cited that a study that was performed, looks as though it was March of 2025, actually dealing with the emotional, behavioral, and psychological impact of COVID-19. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did that study have a statistical analysis of the percentage of people in the population of the United States of America reporting anxiety?
Yes, it did.
What is the percentage that they determined that to be?
That was 30.9%, almost 31%.
Now, as it relates to your report, and you're making reference to statistical analyses, for example, is there a known potential error rate that these citations can be subjected to?
Yes.
What is that?
So the issue of error rate is about when implementing testing, what are the consequences of what we call false positives and false negatives. So false positive is a test where someone scores as if they are having a issue, let's say a health issue, when in fact they don't. A false negative is a test result where someone is testing clean, let's say for a disease or for a virus of some sort, when in fact they are in fact carrying it. The most classic example is the issue of the lie detector, which has a false positive rate of, let's say, roughly 20%. So in other words, people who take a lie detector test appear to be deceptive when in fact they are not. They're just highly anxious. Conversely, people who will seemingly pass a lie detector or a polygraph test appear to be telling the truth when in fact they are not. So those types of error rates are significant because we don't rely on error rates that are very high because they can be misleading and actually inaccurate.
You also make reference to the fact that the COVID-19 pandemic in fact impacted society significantly as it relates to sadness with specific association with isolation leading to surge in depressive symptoms as well as anxiety. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did that also make reference to a statistical analysis of the adults in the United States of America that were reporting these depressive symptoms as a result of the sadness and isolation?
Yes.
Classified data.
That's correct.
And what was, as it relates to general adults in the United States, general population as it relates to lockdown?
So we found that there was a 25% increase in those issues for people in the general population in the United States.
How about suicide? Was there a study or any indications in studies that suicide spiked during the course of the pandemic?
Yes, there was.
And
There
why
was.
is that?
Pardon me?
Why is that?
Well, people who are suicidal often will feel they have no hope and they have nothing to live for. And therefore, in their opinion, a rational way to solve the pain and to reduce the pain is to hurt themselves and to kill themselves. And when you have a disorder or have great worries about having a particular disorder where you feel there's no hope for you, you sometimes think about suicide and have suicide ideations, and then sometimes you act on that.
And you indicate that significant percentage of individuals reported negative shifts in their outlook on life, expressing a diminished hope in the future. Is that correct?
Yes.
You make reference in the studies of the PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell us what impact, in your opinion, in the studies that you were able to access in your field, that post-traumatic stress was an offshoot, if you will, of the anxiety and the depression and the isolation caused individuals from the pandemic?
So the baseline for individuals with PTSD is roughly 6 or 7%, depending on the sample size you look at. And it went up to 50% of people being so impaired that they met the what's called the DSM-5-TR, the Diagnostic Statistical Manual Text Revision 5th edition, which is a code book for assessing mental health issues, and it went up to as high as 50%.
You also made reference to the fact of the impact of social isolation and reduced social support on a human being as a result of the pandemic. What does that mean? What were your results?
The simple definition is that the more you isolate yourself from others, the more difficult it is to function in the world around you. And you habituate or you get used to being isolated. So every day becomes the same. You lose contact with people. People lose contact with you. You become impaired and depressed and unable to function. And you don't have what we call expectancy, the goal to be able to be productive and to do things. So it's a downward spiral of depression and anxiety and fear.
Now, can you tell us, Hunter, whether or not what you've been testifying, some of what you researched has been subjected to publication and peer review?
Oh, yes, it has been.
And basically, what is publication and peer review?
Publication peer review is that a journal will accept the presentation of your facts and research, and they look at the methodology involved, and they look at the sample size, and they do a assessment of a qualitative review, meaning do you meet the criteria for good research, and sometimes a quantitative review too, which is the sample size that's large enough. And a peer review is when research articles are shared to other independent examiners who don't know who else has the research articles, and they comment on them, and they make either corrections, or they reject them, or they accept them.
You also made reference to COVID-19's extreme demands on individuals, causing what is referred to as a fight or flight freeze and the erosion of rational choice. What does that mean?
So fight or flight is a phenomenon that often occurs in a physiological way. And the best way to describe that is when someone, a normal, everyday, average person, is confronted with either a horrific man-made experience, like a bank robbery, let's say, or car accident, or a natural disaster like a hurricane, or if you will, maybe a COVID outbreak. And they go into a series of powerful physiological responses. And initially what happens is your brain interprets that information and makes the assessment that this is very...
Right now we're doing what dear on a guy who's going to say he had the big sats because of the vet, and then makes him a force choker. I don't know what's going on. I'm just riding the bus in the back of the bus. I'm not the conductor on this train.
Dangerous, you need to leave. You need to leave now. And there's a physiological response, a adrenaline shunt. You have excessive powerful energy where you can, although you may have been tired, all of a sudden you have the capacity to get up, to run far distances, to lift heavy weights if something's blocking you, to get out of the way. And then you leave the site where you view that you are at risk and you flee. That's the flight part.
As it relates to
but he claims that his fight or flight thing was to chuck her in a lake. That's not what he said. He said it's a shock of adrenaline where you move everything and you'll run away. It's not, oh, I better clean this up, carry her to a pond, throw some stones in her pants, and throw her in the lake. I don't think this defense works.
Such a type of arousal and intense fear that was created by the pandemic. Is it your opinion that it generates impairment of cognitive functions, leading to impulsive and irrational decision-making?
Yes, it does. So impulsive irrational decision-making is exactly what it sounds like. You make a decision that's sort of a knee-jerk response. We sometimes look at that as a visceral response, no thinking, just acting. If someone touches a hot stovetop, for example, a small child who's told by their parent, please don't do that, you'll hurt yourself. They don't understand what that means. They may touch that hot stovetop. When their hand is on that stovetop, they don't have to think, my hand is burning, there's a great deal of pain, what should I do? Without thinking, they move their hand back and they avoid the continuation of pain. And it's a powerful learning experience. We often call that Pavlovian conditioning or classical conditioning, where you learn powerfully, but your reaction doesn't involve thinking. It just reacts with responding. And that part of the quick response is mediated by a part of the brain called the amygdala, which is the size of a walnut in the center part of your brain. That's the amygdala.
But that's an instant, non-conscious action. This is a deliberate action. He puts 2 stones in her pants, carries her from the house. That's not an instant stimuli-induced reaction. This takes again, if he had thrown blankets on top of her because he was all cray-cray and thought, hey, well, if I can't see it, it didn't happen, I could buy that. But claiming it's the same as, oh, the stove is hot, is the same as putting stones in a pair of pants, walking to a pond, putting the woman in the water, going to your hotel room and drink till you're almost dead. That doesn't scream fright or flight, to me. No, because that means you have a conscious thought about, I have to weigh the body down. And again, not legal advice or any other advice, but if you just put stones in the pants, the gases will make it rise up. So remember, if you're ever to dispose of it, get those stabilators in there. Make sure there's no gas pockets.
It deals with fight or flight. It
depends. If I'm doing my Prancercise, I might have a sock and a pair of rocks in my pants.
With rational or AMYDAGALA. You're welcome.
Oh, and she was wearing her purse, and that got snagged on a branch, and that's what choked her. Timberman, we solved this crime. He's innocent. Let the man walk.
And that's the part of the brain that tells us, or asks the question, is this a dangerous situation or is this fine? If it's a dangerous situation, we become powerfully and acutely aware.
Yes, but it's what they're going to ask the doctor about, and this has nothing to do with an instantaneous reaction.
Of what's around us. We pay close attention to things that are going on, and we make a quick decision to either leave or stay. If we make the assessment that there's no reason to be fearful, we carry on with the business and dealing with the vicissitudes of everyday life, just going through the everyday existence.
Did you find that in your studies there, and you revealed the other peer-reviewed articles as well, that the COVID-19 pandemic led to increased fear, depression, and anxiety, especially in those individuals displaced in their homes?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Well, the outcome, which I personally am very aware of because I spend a lot of time going to psychiatric hospitals to do evaluations, were so profound that there were not enough beds in the Commonwealth. Now, fair enough to say that there is a shortage to begin with, but there was an overwhelming shortage of beds in the Commonwealth to take on patients who needed to be hospitalized to become stable. And that's just not in Massachusetts. That's essentially throughout the United States and I believe all over the world, where there were so many impaired individuals who did not know what to do that they needed to go to receive treatment, and the treatment systems were flooded with not just ill people, but people who had psychiatric emergencies.
Now, in the course of your review, sir, have you determined whether or not your opinion, as well as that of the others in the treatises that you reviewed, has attracted widespread acceptance within a relevant scientific community?
Yes, it has. Well, by and large, in the world we were living in then, although it's not that long ago, it feels like for many people so far back, there were many conferences, all remote, symposium, all remote, and meetings of clinicians who work for different agencies getting together to brainstorm on trying to help people. And therein lies some of the changes that we see today in 2025, where telehealth became acceptable, reimbursable from insurance companies, which wasn't the case before, and is a standard way of doing business. And I know as a person who deals with crises, I was often on Zoom meetings. In one case, when I was in Alexandria, Virginia, dealing with HHS, where there was a death of 2 agents, we had 700 agents on Zoom throughout the United States dealing with the consequences of their own loss from their colleagues, but more importantly, on how they were coping. And they were not doing well. We had upticks in people, and these are highly trained agents who felt suicidal, who were able to get treatment, turned in their weapons for a short period of time. And those are people who are at a high level of functioning because they get vetted and they get
Isn't it a symposium?
tested and they get assessed every which way. So we did see that throughout the United States, that many people just could not cope with the changes in the world around them. Things weren't getting better fast enough, and hospitals were flooded with patients, and people were home and fearful.
Now, your conclusion would be that it's crucial to acknowledge the profound psychological suffering endured by individuals throughout this pandemic. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And would you agree, or is it a matter of your review of the peer review articles and your own opinion that there was indeed a significant mental health crisis that was triggered by the COVID-19 demands?
I do agree with that, yes.
Can you clarify?
Good morning, Dr. Zeisel. Have you
Good morning,
ever
Attorney.
testified on this topic before?
Not in court, no.
When you say not in court, what do you mean?
I'm sorry, yeah, that's misleading, I'm sorry. No, I have not testified. I've spoken about it in conferences, but not testified on it.
Okay, what conferences have you
Too
spoken
late.
about this?
With the DEA and with HHS.
And when you spoke at those conferences, were you speaking about the collective experience of psychological distress that people experienced as a result of the pandemic?
We think he corrected.
Yes, in part, but there were also the practical applications of what to do now going forward, helping agents and agents' families going forward, and it would spread to other areas and other arenas of discord for many of the agents. So how to deal with the anger and frustration that they had, how to deal with parenting of an adolescent who was struggling themselves. So
I'm sorry, I just don't know what he's there to testify about. Well, you can just let it run and we can see. But he's talking about agents who had to be... We all lived through this. This is actually what Bev said. Who was the guy? It was the FBI agent she denied, because this is what a reasonable juror could, in fact, make out themselves. We all know some people went full cray-cray, some people probably didn't went cray-cray enough. Why are we having an expert to testify about something the entire world went through? Isn't this one of the few instances what they can say, well, the jury is capable of understanding how people could feel? Again, my family, we had way different takes on it. I might not have been as afraid as other people, and maybe I was wrong, maybe they were wrong, I don't know. We took our individual choices, because that's life is choice. But why do we have a guy to come in and tell us some people got mad, some people got sad, some people thought, hey, more time for me to play computer and drink beer? I was the last one. Yeah, he did confess, but is it manslaughter because he had the big sad, or was it second degree?
affected the family from the parents down to the children, and extended beyond not just the stressors, but how to cope with it. And it was oriented not to simply acknowledge the problems that people were having, but to develop some strategies for people to get healthy and to get better.
And this article, the conclusions in this article are really about the need for continued treatment intervention and support for communities as a result of the pandemic. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And this article has a lot of research. In the first couple of pages, your citations are to recent research. Is that fair to say?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And is this article published in any way?
No, it's not yet, no.
When did you finish this?
A few weeks ago.
A few weeks ago.
Yes.
Okay. And have you submitted it to any peer-reviewed journals yet?
I've not.
Are you still revising it?
Could be.
Well, I don't know if I am, but I might be.
Might you still revise?
I might, yes.
Okay. And the paragraph or the chapter on fight or flight, that's 9. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And all of your citations in that section on fight or flight are from older research. That's fair to say, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Do you have current support for your statement that the pandemic's confluence of life threats, economic stability, and social isolation created an environment ripe for activating fight, flight, or freeze responses, fundamentally altering behavioral and psychological states?
I don't cite a specific research article because that's a difficult topic to pin down, because fight or flight becomes sometimes a idiosyncratic interpretation. So fight or flight for one person may not be exactly the same for another person. And you need a large sample to make it valid. And I not researched that part.
All right. So the theory that you're outlining in section 9 is widely accepted regarding what our bodies do when confronted with some sort of a threat or danger, right?
Yes, that's not debatable. It's a physiological outcome.
All right.
That's correct.
But what I'm asking about is the application to COVID-19. Is there any peer-reviewed research that you're aware of regarding that specific application of COVID-19 and fight or flight?
No.
Have you ever met with Dr. Tuerk?
Yes.
Could we approach?
Well, they probably forgot to put that in that we met with him.
Just a minute, please.
Yes.
Do you have a time period that you would consider I'm struggling for the right word, but does the literature contemplate a specific time period for the duration of the pandemic?
I'm not really sure I understand the question, because
In terms of years or days or months, or what time period is the pandemic?
well, it's sort of like the 5 blind men and the elephant. It depends where you are at the time. So the time period has shifted in terms of accuracy of when it first started, depending where one is in the world.
So I don't mean from a medical perspective
Okay.
about when people were getting sick. What I'm asking for is about the literature that you're talking about, the collective stress or anxiety. What's the time period for that?
I can't answer that question because there are ebbs and flows with outbreaks with COVID-19. Currently, there's an increase. So it's still technically a major problem. I'm not sure whether it's certainly not as bad as it had been, but there was a period of time where you did not need to demonstrate WHO vaccination cards if you were to travel. Some countries now require that. Some countries have quarantines. So I can't really answer the question because it's still going on.
Okay, I want to make sure you're understanding my question. My question isn't about the physiological medical COVID
Yeah, and I can't remember
pandemic
who he is.
itself. I'm talking about the mental health crisis that you're describing. Is that still continuing?
It is still continuing because I go to hospitals every week and I hear about it every single week. And I get sometimes tested depending where you go. Sometimes wearing a mask. It's still going on. Some places worse than ever. Some are shut down. Some units are shut down. It's still a crisis.
So in your opinion, the phenomenon that you're describing and the increase in psychological distress is continuing till today?
Yes.
All right, no further questions.
Okay, you may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
To have certain items of evidence, if you will, submitted to the court, and I think that we've hit on all of the Supreme Court's factors that they recommend. Number one, whether the technique or theory in question can be and has indeed been tested. Doctor indicated and positive to that, gave Your Honor specific indications as well as statistical analyses. Number two, from the Supreme Court, is whether it has been subjected to publication and peer review. Doctor indicated that indeed these have been subjected to publication and peer review. They asked him about potential error rate and the existence and maintenance of standards controlling operation. And then finally, whether it has attracted widespread acceptance within a relevant scientific community. So understanding that this is a proffer of a witness basing his testimony on significant scientific sequelae, if you will, of the pandemic, it goes beyond the ken of a juror or a layperson. These are specific phenomena that indicate and show the impact of this pandemic on individuals as it relates to depression, as it relates to anxiety, as it relates to suicide, as it relates to fight or flight, and freeze syndrome. So counsel can ask Dr. Zeisel anything she wants on cross-examination, certainly. I mean, any proffered expert's opinion is subject to cross-examination, but to suggest that the court, which I think the government is suggesting or asking, that the court totally block the testimony from this very, very qualified witness who obviously has ISIS.
But it's not that he's not qualified. It's not necessary to talk about people got stir crazy. That's what they can block. I believe it would be correct here because everyone lived through it. I don't believe it's correct in the Karen Reed case because not everyone is a cop.
Suggest to the court adhere to the landscape, if you will, of the Doe-Bear
Hey,
opinion.
Tim,
Is
German.
depriving the defendant of being able to present proofs on his behalf, which is obviously guaranteed by the Massachusetts Constitution, as well as the Due Process Clause of the United States Constitution and effective representation of counsel. So I don't
This is it depends on what it's called in what state. It's a voir dire of a witness.
think that it's appropriate to exclude the doctor's testimony based on some squishy argument that, well, the jurors all went through it, we all went through it, we all understand what happened. That's not right. And I
Oh, the sun's out here. It's cold out, but it's nice out.
would ask that you allow him to testify.
Ms. Beatty?
So I'm concerned about the layering of different topics here because I'm not arguing that he's not a qualified forensic psychologist. I've said that. Testifying about anxiety, that's one thing. Testifying about, first of all, he can't, it's not proper for an expert on direct to testify about the research. So I didn't object to that because this is a different kind of hearing, but he's not going to be able to get up there and testify about statistical analyses. And certainly I think it's improper for him and overly prejudicial to be commenting on topics such as lie detectors, his personal experience going to psychiatric hospitals, Zoom meetings, agents having suicidal thoughts and having to turn in weapons. All of that is overly inflammatory and shouldn't come into evidence. However, he's never testified about this topic. This article is not published. The article doesn't necessarily relate to this case or this defendant in any way. And in particular, I have concerns about the flight or flight aspect to this because Dr. Zeisel testified, and the court can see when you read this article that I would suggest is essentially his own research or opinion that's not based on anything to do with the pandemic. And
Yeah, I know what they're trying to do. They're trying to make us say, okay, he went cray-cray. But I think they would, because it's not that he went stir-crazy and his fight and flight reaction made her throw her in a pond. They need to have it that when she rejected him and hit him in the head with a glass, that's when he snapped. I think that's what they should be focusing on because again, to unalive someone by choke, it's 4 to 7 minutes. And you have had any reasonable person should in that time have thought, oh, this could end badly and stopped. That's why they charged him with murder. The manslaughter part, I know they want to get down there because there's a difference for life in those charges. But I just don't think this will sway the jury. Again, remember the Karen Reed case? All of that stuff that we really liked and we thought, oh, this is good, didn't matter. They just wanted the story, and then they went back and said, well, they charged her, she must be guilty.
So I would suggest that that paragraph or chapter 9 does not meet the Daubert-Lanigan standards. And that's sort of the most egregious aspect of that. I would ask that Dr. Zeisel be excluded because I think that the prejudicial impact to the Commonwealth where the defendant is not pleading a lack of criminal responsibility or a specific diminished.
No, those, again, strangulation doesn't really make you bleed. So, and we haven't heard anything about her bleeding from anywhere. So it could be DNA because apparently the brown staining on the bed was from Smexy time. It could have happened. He could be riding the red roller coaster. We don't know anything about that, so that's where blood could have occurred. Because a choke doesn't normally leave blood on you. I would think that would be more reasonable if it was that time of the month and he was riding the red roller coaster. That's a better explanation.
Capacity. In the facts, the particular facts and circumstances.
I didn't condone it or disown it. I just explained why the staining could be on the bed. Come on now.
Case, I'd ask that he not be allowed to testify.
So what about the fight or flight apart from the pandemic?
I think that would be the body's physiological response to stress, similar to anxiety. If that's all he was going to get up there and say, that would be fine. But application to the pandemic, and if he's going, but also if he's going to testify about the pandemic in general, and then he starts talking about fight or flight, I think that's making the link without making the link, in particular where he holds this particular opinion. So if you're going to allow him to testify about the pandemic, then I think that's where it becomes problematic.
All right.
My only observation on that, Your Honor, is that he's not making...
No, they're just having a Wadia or Daubert-Lanigan hearing about a doctor who's there to testify about how his fight and flight was because of the pandemic. It was at his hotel room.
Making a link without making a link. He's testifying.
Sue, I'm here to try and explain stuff. I know sometimes we get a little gross, but again, I didn't say what people like, people like.
Testifying as a forensic psychologist as to the concept of fight or flight as it relates to anxiety, as it relates to depression, and I think clearly that, again, is something that's outside the knowledge of a juror, and I would ask that the court would allow him to testify. And I did read those cases, and I actually was going to bring to the court's attention the Polk case, POLK. I'm familiar with that. Counsel also cites the Chisholm case. I think Chisholm is other unrelated issues than what we're dealing with here. The Polk case is exactly dead on, talking about expert testimony of a psychologist about dissociative memory that was excluded in a general sense, and the exclusion was determined not to be harmless error. Clearly, the defendant was entitled to present expert psychological evidence as it relates to dissociative memory, because obviously jurors wouldn't know what dissociative memory meant. Whether or not they applied that to testimony presented from other witnesses in the case is up to the jury, obviously. But as far as the expert testimony, limited in a general sense to what we've brought out under the Daubert standard, then clearly I think it's admissible.
Right. So the first foundational requirement, if you will, under the Daubert standard is the role of an expert witness is to help jurors interpret evidence that lies outside of common experience. To the extent there's testimony by Dr. Zeisel about things such as shelter in place, people being afraid of getting exposed to the virus. Bear with me for a minute. People having increased anxiety, increased mental health issues, exacerbated by isolation, having increased fear with respect to the virus, isolation and sadness. Those don't lie outside the common experience of the jurors. We all went through that. I agree. And I say that we all experienced.
She wasn't at his hotel room. He was at their house. They were having a dinner with her kids. they were drinking, the kids left. The story is he attacks her or she attacks him. They claim, defense claims they had smexy times. There's a door that's kicked in. There's no real other, well, there's a broken glass, but that can happen if you get a little excited and you're drunk and things fall on the floor. And then the story from the defense is he goes down on a knee and says, "Please take me back." And she slaps in the face with a glass that leaves, and he has some abrasions to his head. He was trying to get back to her. She didn't want to do it, but he was also in a divorce and because she didn't want to go to Germany and he wanted to go to Germany. It's very convoluted, but it was at that house, and then he went back to his hotel, and that's where he was found almost drinking himself into a coma.
Many of those feelings, if not, we knew people who did. So that portion does not meet the first foundational requirement. Moreover, I do find that it is more prejudicial than probative with respect to prejudice towards the government. However, the fight or flight impulse, apart from COVID, would be admissible to the extent you lay the proper foundation, but that's apart from COVID.
I understand the court's ruling, just no my objection, that's all.
Ms. Beatty, do you want to add anything?
I would just ask that if Mr. Beddington decides to call Dr. Zeisel, that it be clear that on cross-examination or on direct, that he's not to offer any sort of an opinion about the defendant and whether or not the defendant was experiencing any of these symptoms, and he's not here to testify about the facts of this case.
I don't need to be lectured by the DA. I would never go that far, Judge. I already represented at sidebar that I'm not.
Not that I remember. And I don't think they said this glass smashed on his head. They just said, and it didn't look like a cut. It looked more like cut skin abrasion in the hairline. Like they said it was a rock glass. I don't know what the difference is, but
Getting into specific statements of this gentleman. This is a general opinion testimony from an expert witness. I know better than that. I'm not going to elicit from
well, again, it's in their house. His DNA would be all over the place.
him what the defendant told him or anything like that. I wouldn't do that.
All right.
I'm not concerned about Mr. Beddington. I'm concerned about the witness and the witness understanding.
I will talk to him.
All right, and I just
think
want to
so.
add that the Commonwealth developed a record on cross-examination, but Dr. Zeisel has, part of my ruling rests on the fact that he's never testified on this topic before in court, as well as the fact that there's no published article, it hasn't been peer-reviewed, that is the article that was provided to the court, along with everything else the Commonwealth elicited on cross-examination. Okay?
Understood.
All right. Are you proposing to have a witness on Zoom this morning?
Yes, Your Honor, I would propose that we, and by the way, we were able to pretty much get through all the emails. I think we're going to be okay in that regard as it relates to Lucivita and the other gentleman, Hoffman.
McLaughlin, is that correct?
I haven't been able to look over the redactions that have been made, but we did have a conversation this morning. I would just ask for a few moments to look at the redactions, and then I think we will have an agreement.
And I will have, obviously, I have Dr. Lapasada is available. I also have Mr. Keighton will be available, and Dr. Vandor, who is the treating doctor of the defendant, just to testify to the fact he was treating him and what he prescribed him for depression. That's it. As far as Zooms are concerned,
So there'll be 3 Zooms?
Dr. Vander, someone told me, yeah, and Mr. Keighton, that's 2. And of course, Dr. Lapasada is the expert. So that'd be 3.
All right, so I just want to clarify, there's no objection from the Commonwealth with respect to these witnesses appearing by Zoom.
As long as the technology works.
All right, and you've spoken to your client about his right to have witnesses
Oh, yeah,
appear
yep.
here in person.
Yes,
Okay, may I ask him a few questions, please?
of course.
Could you stand up, Mr. Tuerk?
Would you like me to swear in?
Yes.
You can raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear that you shall make true answers to any such questions that are put to you by the court in the matter now in hearing, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, good morning, Mr. Tuerk.
Good morning, Your Honor.
So your attorney tells me that 3 witnesses are going to testify on your behalf by Zoom. So they'll be coming through the television screen. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you've talked at length with your attorney about your absolute right to have those witnesses appear here in person?
I did.
Okay. Have you had enough time to talk to him about that?
I believe so.
Do you want some more time to talk to him about that?
No.
Okay. And you understand that the jurors sitting over here to my left, when a witness is on the stand, the witness is more or less right in front of them in person, and they can make evaluations of that witness's demeanor, facial expressions, et cetera. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And when a witness appears on Zoom, some of that is lost. By that, I mean there's a less of an opportunity to evaluate demeanor because the witness is on a TV screen as opposed to appearing in person.
I fully understand that, Your Honor.
Okay. And again, you've
This is a typical German who learned good English accent. So I didn't expect him to be full like Arnold. Arnold is Austrian. They have a way different accent. Germany is a big place.
talked to Mr. Reddington about that, and you're willing to waive your
Austria
right
isn't
to have
Germany.
these witnesses
It used
appear
to
here
be.
in person on your behalf.
Under the circumstances was explained to me, yes, sir.
Okay, do you want me to ask him anything else, Mr. Reddington?
No, Your Honor.
Does the Commonwealth want me to ask him anything with respect to the Zoom witnesses?
No, thank you.
Okay, all right, I find his waiver to be knowing and voluntary after due consultation with counsel. All right. So who are you proposing to have testify?
Mary Lacevita next, we left off with her yesterday.
Okay.
Then Mr. Hoffman.
Both
Then-
in person.
Yes, both in person. And then we would have, I would suggest, hopefully determining is Mr. Keighton on, is Mr. Vandor on? Someone told Keighton not to be on until noon, but I told him he should be on at 10:30.
It's not right now, but I can set 10:30.
Yeah.
And if we could just,
I'll inform you.
if we could also just have a conversation about Dr. Vandor at sidebar as well.
We can in a minute. So who is handling Zoom? Let me ask that.
Him.
And have you talked to the Commonwealth about that to make this run smoothly?
Yes, Your Honor, we've ran a test this morning, making sure the audio, video, everything
worked
worked.
this morning?
It worked this morning, Your Honor, yes.
All right, it worked this morning, I'm asking the Commonwealth?
Yes.
All right, Ms. King, you're all set with the Zoom? No?
As far as I know.
Okay. All right. Okay, I'll see you at sidebar.
Well, all caught up. Yeah, and then there's a lot of local dialects in Germany as well. But again, it's a big country. It's I think it is the biggest in Europe. Yeah. Isn't it? 89 million people or something like that. So I think it's the biggest. It's not as bad as Arnold, but I've noticed Arnold kind of, and we can do that where at some points we really forget how to speak English and forget that we have to try and put our words in another way than when we speak our own language, because then we seem a little more foreign, and then people don't mind if we don't get every little thing right when you ask us about some things. So I had this notion that that Arnold, especially when he was a politician, he hammed it up a little bit with his "get to the chopper." This judge doesn't like them using Zoom for their trials by sound. No, it's because I think he had seen many a time how bad Zoom calls goes in courtrooms. We do have remote access for witnesses. It's a thing they kind of instated in prisons or in courthouses. So we can call the prison or we can call the courthouse and they'll have an interview room. So you don't have to, if you live in a different part of the country, you can go via video link. So, and that still doesn't always work. And that's a system that's specifically set up. So I can understand why they don't want these Zoom calls, because how's the audio from the TV? Does it pick up? Do the jury hear it? I can understand why he didn't want to do it. We had a witness. Funny thing, I convicted him before. He was a witness in another case, and he was coming in via video call from prison. It was so nice to see him again. I think I sentenced him to be extradited from Denmark, but he was just, yeah, I don't want to talk. But you're a witness. You must talk. Yeah, I don't care. What are you going to do? Send me to prison? Just get me out of this land. Well, ciao, Alibaba. See you later. We don't have to stay. Well, you have that weird British accent. France look bigger. Well, it's because of the shadows. Hey, broken-hearted. And Crispy, I didn't see you come in. Arnold is an Austrian. Yes, he is. His father famously were in part of the bad guys. The Ukraine is bigger, but the Ukraine isn't technically, well, it is in Europe, but it's the old East Bloc. It's but landmass wise, Ukraine is the biggest country in Europe. But I'm talking about. I don't believe for a second you sound like that when I speak Danish. No, because then I would speak Danish. But you're right. I wouldn't slow it down and talk like this, because where I come from, we speak really fast. So I'd probably sound more like this, where we just talk really fast, and it's really easy to not at all pronounce anything, and we're just doing like this, and we sound a little like we come from the countryside, and we're not that smart, but that's how we do it, and that's okay, because we're nice people down here, and we have all the beaches, and we have windmills, and we have all the good things, and we're nice people, and we make a good cake and everything, and that's how we talk where I'm from. So just be lucky that I don't speak with any accent when I am doing it normally. It's because in Austria they speak German. The thing about accents, they get generalized in people's minds as to what they sound like. Here in Massachusetts, everyone think about slurring R's, but you can actually tell the difference from each region of Massachusetts. In Denmark, you can find a new accent around almost every corner. We have so many different accents. The first time I met my former father-in-law, we couldn't understand each other because he talked really hillbilly. History on a budget when Jamie returns. Yeah, but again, we don't really see Russia as part of Europe. It's on the European landmass, well, until the Urals, and then most of Russia is actually in the east. But we don't, when we think Europe, many of us will think it ends around Germany, and then you have that middle, the buffer zone that Germany likes to travel through whenever they have to go fight the Russians. And because they were under the iron blanket, it's Europe, but it's kind of like a hybrid Europe. Hey, Paula B. We had a Dorbert Lanigan hearing, and he wasn't allowed to testify about that, what they really wanted him to testify about. Can I yodel? No, I am not from the Swiss Alps. Yeah, and why isn't she manspreading? England has a lot of accents. They do. And they're more, we don't have as many class-based, like they have like upper class and lower class. We do have some where they kind of talk the Crown Danish, but it's mostly regional-based accents we have. Jamie. last night when you kept me up all night and said, do you really think that the Napoleon movie did justice to his career? And I said, I really want to go to sleep. And you said, well, I thought it was so weird that they never really showed him as the young artillery general and how he made his name. And they just skipped through all of it. And then you started yelling about the cannon shots at the pyramids because the battle at the pyramids were nowhere near the pyramids. I didn't know that. And you know everything. And his relationship with Josephine wasn't as portrayed in the movie. And you always surprise me. And I like it, Jamie, because I don't know anything about history. And I get these free history lessons. How Wellington isn't a robber boot, but actually a general who beat Napoleon at Waterloo. I thought Waterloo was a song by ABBA. That's, again, something the Swedish people stole. What do I know? Yeah, we call it the Iron Blanket. That's what went down over Europe when the Ruskies occupied all of Eastern Europe. That's true, because there's a whole lot of nothing on the other side of the Urals. Yes. Until we reclaim Sweden, it doesn't count. No sleeping bags. No, Jamie told me Napoleon Dynamite isn't the first person with that name. He's apparently a French general who came up right after the revolution. I thought, the disco revolution? Apparently they also had a revolution in France. What do I know about anything? Every lady and every man was stinky back then. Hey, Michelle. Yeah, Jamie told me that's not true. Because the Sphinx was uncovered with its nose gone. It's not sleeping bags, Jamie. I actually, when we saw his hotel room yesterday, I am 100% sure he didn't have a duvet. He had a real good sleeping dyne like you had. We're nice people. As long as you're not Swedish, we will treat you well. When I was a kid, I've said this many a time, I couldn't understand when my grandmother and her brother talked to each other. Because they used words that doesn't exist anymore. It was so weird listening to them. That was the old farmer lingo. You were just sitting there thinking, what? No, I don't hate Swedes. I just think they should return what they stole from us. Yeah. And how I wish I could have had that on tape. Hey, Tash. Because just hearing her complain about, I could just see her try to get in there with the comforter inside of the cover and just, what the heck is this? It's do they sleep on top of it if they get too hot? And I love that she was concerned. But what if you're a couple? Do they share one sleeping bag? It's not a sleeping bag, Jamie. It's so you can take it off and wash it and put new on. So you get a nice clean set of bed linen. Every day is a school day. With Jamie it is, because there's multiple things she told me. That time when she told me that the White House wasn't always white, and I said, what? And she said, yeah, it's because during the American-Canadian War, the British won a battle and set fire to it, and they had to paint it white after, and that's why it became the White House. I was like, but you never loses in wars. and apparently it happened. Well, you call it a stalemate, but you lost. It's not a weird sleeping bag. It's just Jamie who didn't follow instructions. Well, we also call you mountain monkeys, so we have a funny relationship in the Scandies, but all of us dislike the Swedes. Doesn't matter if you're Norwegian, Danish, or Finnish. We don't like them. Well, I hope you also have a good half. How do you cuddle?
Are you ready for the jurors to come over?
Could we just have 1 minute, please, Ron?
Yes.
Just printing out the emails, so we're not getting lost.
Can identify that, okay? And there's this is right up there.
Mr. Reddington, you spoke to your witnesses pursuant to what we talked about at
Yeah,
sidebar?
it leads to babies. Don't cuddle.
Except for Dr. Vander, who's not on the Zoom yet. Dr. Lafasada is on the Zoom, and
Okay.
Your Honor, we did have an opportunity to talk and redact the emails, so they are all set.
Okay. All right, so we set for the jurors?
yes.
We don't sleep in sleeping bags, Jamie. Stop spreading anti-Danish sentiments. Yeah, it's when we stop having friendly banter, people should be worried because, again, Sweden and Denmark are the two nations in the world who have been the most at war. Yeah. And 80s, didn't you say yesterday? No, you said 100 videos. Yeah, you have 161 subscribers. So you're getting up there, brother.
I'm happy with that. Yeah, that's fine, thanks.
And I've said it many a time, I can't wait either because that's 4 billion less we have to spend. Yeah, do you have pillowcases in the States? I think they do. Yes, Greenland has its own language. That's why they have, what is it, 150 different words for snow. I'll just get, I have a double duvet, so I'll just get a big one. Where is the 80s channel? Well, maybe one of the mods can share a link to 80s. You are a pillowcase. Yeah, again, it's just a big pillowcase for your duvet. It's not that complicated. But apparently Jamie can only be a pillowcase. She can't be a duvet cover. At least those I know. Well, right now they're saying that China is the most important partner, so good luck with that. And again, they want their independence, but they still want us to flood the bills and pay for their healthcare, their police, their school, their army. So they were told that if you want your independence, you lose your yearly stipend of $4 billion, and then they stopped talking about independence for a while. It would be the best day in his life. Yes, there was a lot of snow.
Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, now sitting in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk, for the transaction of criminal business. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and this honorable court. This court is now open. You may be seated.
For the record, before the court has come off, this is Ingolf Tuerk, 20
It's funny how people who live in
Parties are
Denmark and
present.
Norway
Our
really want to
16
be
jurors are
independent.
present. The matter is on for trial.
All right, good morning, jurors. Welcome back. Thank you for your patience. I'm sorry about
It's really
the delay
easy.
this
Just
morning.
turn
Going in just a minute. Was everybody able to?
The sleeping bag
follow the
around,
instructions that I gave you
grab
at the
two
end of the day
corners, and then you
yesterday?
shake it on.
Okay, if you were not
Really
able, would
easy.
you please raise your hand? Okay, no hands are being raised. So we're going to continue on. There is a stipulation between the parties. Ms. Beatty, do you want me to read that now?
Please.
Okay, so there is a stipulation, so you can consider these facts as proven. The parties stipulate to the following. The defendant's serum plasma result of 226 corresponds to a blood ethanol
Yeah,
concentration
plus all the
between
other expenses.
0.189 and 0.200. And that's agreed to by the parties. You can consider that as proven. It's also been marked as an exhibit, the stipulation, so you'll have that with you as well. Okay, Mr. Reddington.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Mary Lucivita, please.
Okay, so Attorney Lasivita is going to resume the stand. She was on at the end of the day yesterday.
We have a technical issue here. Apparently something's missing from the front package. That's all. We're going to be able to find it.
Technical issues. You just had a
Yes.
break. Why didn't you find out till
Do you
then?
solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
That's a you problem.
Yes, thank you.
All right, welcome back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have that?
Do you have what you need, Mr. Reddington?
This is their second witness. They changed right after lunch. Right, I think they came back after lunch and rested.
Yes, they just handed it to me. I'm just showing it to Mr. Verno. Perfect. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for your patience. Just for the record, tell us your name, please.
Mary Lasavita?
And you are an attorney and you represented Mary Tuerk, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, at some point, you set up a meeting with him in your Dedham office, is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
The meeting was on January 31st of 2020.
All right. I'm going to approach you and show you.
That's my birthday.
An email from Mary Lucivita to Mary Tuerk, excuse me. And is that the email that you're referring to?
Yes, this is the email where I confirmed that January 31st appointment.
What's the date of that?
January 29th, 2020.
Can you pull that up, species? Thank you. Now, this is an email that you mailed in the due course of business on January.
The tally from today is not good. Christina Rex says, out of 47 potential jurors, 45 heard about the case, 27 formed an opinion, 15 bias, and 25 have hardships. So it's going to be kind of like the last time where we ran really fast to around 10 people, and the last, I think there were 19 last time, and she's hitting she's trying to get to 16 this time. So the last 6 people could take a long time. Apparently, the defense have used 10 of their preemptive strikes out of 16 preemptive strikes. So I don't know how many the state have used.
29th to Harry Tuerk, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you were confirming that you would see him at 9 o'clock on Friday, January 31st, correct?
That's correct.
And the rest of that is pretty much just instructions as to how to get to your office.
Yes, instructions on how to make sure he's not lost. Yes.
No objection.
Okay, may be admitted.
The exhibit 329, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I'm going to hand you something.
Do you want to mark 329 first?
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Saturday, February 1st, did you have occasion to write another email to, that's all right, Harry Tuerk. That's okay.
Yes, I do recall that we had some email exchanges over the weekend, beginning on Saturday, February 1st.
And this was emailed to his account, correct?
Yes, it was.
All righty. Tell you after that.
Just double check. No objection.
All right, maybe marked.
Exhibit 330, 330.
Steve, would you call that up, please? February 1st letter?
Thank you so much.
Okay. So now looking at this, that has been practiced in exhibit, this is another email from you to Harry Tuerk, correct?
Well, that one's actually from him to me, but the one below it is from me,
Okay,
yes.
so he was saying it was a pleasure to meet with you.
Yes.
Second time and regarding marriage certificate, you ordered, right?
Yes,
Next one up would be on January 31st that he was responding to. You indicated that you were attaching your fee agreement, right?
yes, correct.
Any questions, sign it, scan it by email, and return it to me, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you also indicated that you needed the marriage certificate.
Yes.
And you filed a complaint,
Yes, that's correct.
and you would be representing him on the complaint for divorce, right?
That is correct.
And again, this was dated on January 31st and sent to him by email, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, you can put the lights on. Now, ultimately, did you represent Harry on the divorce itself?
I did not enter an appearance.
Tell us why.
There were 2 reasons. One was that when we initially met on January 31st, I told him that I was busy. I had other commitments, and that I wasn't going to be able to file any paperwork until the next Friday.
And you got sick.
And then I got sick, yes.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No questions. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you.
What?
Thank you. I'd like to call Attorney John Hoffman, please.
Another attorney.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, sir, tell us your name, spell your last name, keep your voice up so all the jurors can hear, please.
Good morning. John Hoffman, Hoffman.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a lawyer.
And where's your office?
My office is currently in Newton, Massachusetts.
Now, I'm going to ask you, sir, did you at some point have occasion to represent a gentleman by the name of Harry Tuerk?
I did.
And what did you represent him on?
It was in connection with a divorce matter.
And was that a divorce from a Mary McLean?
It was.
I'm I'm going to approach you and hand you a document and ask if you can identify this. It appears to be dated February 5th, 2020.
Yes.
And can you tell us what that is, sir?
This is correspondence dated February 5, 2020, that I wrote to Ms. Kathleen Mary McLean Roca.
And what's the date of that letter?
February 5, 2020.
Okay, thank you. Enough of that letter.
No objection.
Okay, maybe a minute.
Exhibit
What?
331.
Now, looking at Exhibit
Oh,
331, sir, this
I
is
thought he already turned it over to Cross.
to the letter to Kathleen McLean Roca advising that you were retained by Harry to represent him in probate court proceedings, that if you need an attorney, have the attorney contact you, try to resolve the issues, et cetera, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you, fair to say, represented Harry for the months of, all the way up till May 2020.
That sounds right, yes.
So you also communicated with him by email, is that right?
I did.
I would hand you a document, this is dated March 18th, 2020, and just ask if you can identify that document.
Yes, I can.
All right, what is that?
It is an email from Harry. I'm copied on it.
Okay. So, this is kept in the normal course of action, right?
Yes.
I'd ask if this be accurate, please.
No objection.
Maybe a minute.
Exhibit 332.
I can guarantee you not one person who is drafted for jury duty will have read Plevin's book. Not even if they really wanted to know about the case, because you can't make it past the prologue if you didn't foolishly enough agree to your mods and say, okay, I'll read it. So he won't taint any jury pools.
Oh, that's it. Now, as it relates to Exhibit 332, sir, that would be March 18th, 2020, correct?
Yes.
And this was sent from Harry, and that would be Harry Tuerk, correct?
Yes.
And it was copied to you, as you said, John Hoffman, right?
Yes.
And in the course of that email, can you read that from here?
No, I can't.
Okay, don't worry about it. It says, hi, everybody, meaning Harry saying hi, everybody.
Well, that was on your own choice, and you haven't read the full book yet, I think.
Due to the ongoing drastic developments regarding Corona, I originally came back from Germany yesterday night. I was able to catch on, it means one of the last flights, bringing U.S. residents back from Germany. They're shutting all flights down now. However, I have flu symptoms, mild within concern. I have the virus, spoke yesterday with my primary care physician. Looks like I'm getting a test. I am staying at the Hampton Inn in Norwood right now. Must prepare myself for self-quarantine, but where? I have no place to go right now, practically homeless. Given the extraordinary circumstances, you guys see the possibility of an emergency room so I can go to the basement of my house to quarantine. Separate entrance door and door to the rest of the house, so it would be safe to stay there to quarantine for the next 2 to 3 weeks. Do you remember receiving that, sir?
Yes.
Is that a fair indication, sir, as to his state of mind as it relates to his fear of the pandemic in March 2020?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Lights. I'm going to approach you, sir, on March 19th, 2020, and ask if you received another email.
Well, to my mental health, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, kept in the normal and ordinary course of business.
Yes.
Offer it.
What date was that? I'm sorry. No objection.
Maybe a minute.
Thank you.
Exhibit 333.
Pull up 333, please. Now, sir, this is another email that was sent on March 19th, 2020 at 10 o'clock in the morning from Harry with a copy to you, correct?
Yes.
And he's asking if you could file a motion for a hardship under the current circumstances that he would be allowed back into his house or the house. No job, no income, can't get a job, nobody's hiring, savings are depleting rapidly, can't afford an apartment given the current cost of the house and legal costs. Friends don't take me into their houses because of COVID-19 fear. I should be allowed to stay in a separate part of my house like my basement.
He isn't homeless, but his wife, they were separated and she stayed at the house.
It has its own
And he had to pay $150,000 in a fine. That's probably where his money went.
access and a lockable door, is that correct? Have you done right?
Yes, I believe you did. Yes.
Okay, lights. And you continue to move forward with negotiations in the course of this litigation and divorce, right?
Yes.
So at some point, is it your understanding that he had been living in Boston with a guy named Richie Kovitz and his wife or significant other, Carol?
I
Do you know he was living in Boston?
don't recall that.
Okay. At some point, did you know that he ended up going to another state?
Yes,
Where did he go?
I believe he went to Florida.
Florida, okay. Did he, in fact, on March 26th, now we're talking, send you an email, or send an email and copy to you?
Yes,
Okay. And that's kept, again, in the normal and ordinary course of business, right?
yes.
So I would offer that.
No objection.
Maybe admitted.
Exhibit 334.
Pulling up 334. You agree, sir, that this was an email, March 26th, 2020, at 4:03 in the afternoon, where Barry wrote to John Hoffman, that would be you, right?
Yes,
On this one, he indicated now, it is March 26th of 2020, I cannot stay at my friend Richie's anymore. The building is closed, a non-permanent resident. I am on my way to Florida. Right now, a friend of mine has a camper and an RV park on Rockledge. I'll stay there for a couple of weeks. It's free. You remember receiving that?
I do.
And then as a result of that, he did move to Florida, right?
As far as I know, yes.
And then you continued on representing him through the month of April, right?
Yes,
And at some point, you recall that he sent you and a couple of other friends or people an email on April 13th of 2020, sir.
I don't think I ever had brisket.
yes, I do recall that.
Kept in the normal and ordinary course of business.
Yes,
Robert?
No objection.
Okay, maybe admitted.
Exhibit 335.
Pull up 335, please. Now, looking at 335, sir, this is now April 13th, 2020 at 7:35 in the morning, correct?
yes,
And he sends an email to you, right?
yes.
And again, he says, is there any possible way to get me into my house as a safe shelter?
Is the defense that the CVET drove him crazy with fear and then her conduct sent him over the edge, loss of sanity? We haven't really heard from that psychologist yet, but it seemed like that was where they were going, but he's not allowed to testify about the CVET and the lockdowns, because people live through it. They have their own independent recollection of that and knowledge about it. That's why I stated, I think it's correct in this case because we all live through that. And I think it's wrong in the Karen Reed case when Bev claims they don't need a FBI agent to come in and tell it was a bad police investigation, because how many police officers are on the jury? But the vet, we all live through that, and we all know how some people went absolutely cuckoo and other people went, yeah, it'll be fine. So I think they want to kind of, but they're going to talk about the fight and flight emotion. But he only claimed the fight and flight came after he had done it. So I think it's a bad defense.
Looks right now, the lockdown may go on for months. In a couple of weeks, I have to leave the camper, come back to Mass. No friend will give me a place to crash right now because of the COVID.
See you, Maria.
I can't rent an apartment. They want to see income. Hotels are expensive. Not very, it says safe, but maybe it's safe. Is there a possibility to have removed the most condo in Belmont? If it's available, which is available. Let me move back into my house to protect myself. I need help here regarding a safe place to stay. Remember that, sir?
Yes,
Okay, thanks. To your knowledge, sir, he did indeed come back to Massachusetts, right?
yes.
Did not go into his house, did he?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Went to a hotel, right?
Yes,
Now, on April 15th of 2020, you recall that he sent you an email, sir, that was kept by you in the normal and ordinary course of business.
yes.
Thanks, sir. Good afternoon.
No objection.
It may be admitted.
Exhibit 336.
So finally, on exhibit 336, which is
Was it Shakanhar?
called up, there's another email. This is dated April 15th at 12:20 in the afternoon. He writes to you, a gentleman by the name of Stu. I'm really getting desperate. I have no home in a dangerous disease environment where everybody is asked to stay home for safety. I'm staying in a trailer park now, but I have to come to Mass in a couple of weeks and have no place to go. No one's giving me a couch because of the virus. Hotels are closed and too expensive. John, can you consider filing a motion explaining my situation so that you can move to mother's condo and I can take shelter in my own house? Everybody has a safe place to stay. Schools are closed, no reason anymore to stay at the house. Due to any orders, he's not allowed to be there. being homeless would make all the sense in the world. She moves to the condo, and I have a safe place to stay. And this was the email that he sent to you on April 15th of 2020, correct?
Correct.
Okay, lights. Now, did it come to your attention around the end of April into May of 2020 that he had come up to Mass and was staying in a hotel,
Yes.
and you were still representing him in the divorce, right?
Yes.
And there were some negotiations that were going on between the two of them, meaning McLean and Harry Tuerk, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Ultimately, at some point, looking at Exhibit 292, was a deed signed and recorded at the Registry of Deeds.
Yes.
And you recognize that document, sir?
Yes.
Can you flip it over and tell us the date that the deed was signed?
April 29th of 2020.
Okay. So on April 29th of 2020, Harry signed a deed placing McLean.
I'm on a window-based system, yes, but I use Chrome as my web browser, and I use StreamYard to stream.
As an owner of that property.
Thank you for 7 months, Mr. Bear Dirk. Good day to you. And it's not long since we saw each other over at, well, it's 12 hours ago we saw each other last. Hope you got some sleep.
Correct?
Correct.
Did he also sign, to your knowledge, yes or no, a post-nup agreement?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can I approach that?
Yes.
Oh, that's a different view. Why didn't we go to OnlyFans? I just don't get what this signing of the deed and the post-nup and I don't get it. It's a nice light fixture, but it must be held to take the cobwebs out of these change. Hellraising is not a fan. Yeah. My house isn't high enough that it could look good. You need a really high room to have light fixtures like this. Hey,
Oh, sir.
third boy.
Did both Ms. McLean and Harry sign a post-nup agreement?
Yes.
You can inquire.
Oh, wow.
Good afternoon, Attorney Hoffman. My name is Dr. McLaughlin, and I'm an ADA here in Norfolk County, and I'm just going to ask you a few questions about your testimony here today.
Certainly.
So you stated that you have been an attorney for approximately 47 years, is that right?
It's a little less.
A little less than that? You would agree with me that your primary practice is family and probate matters, is that right?
Yes.
And your goal when you get hired by an individual or a client is to get the very best settlement for your client, isn't that right?
Yes.
You work for a retainer, is that right?
Yes.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but a retainer is a lump sum payment, and then you work off of that in billable hours. So every email you send, every phone call you have, that starts chipping away at the retainer, is that right?
Yes.
And once the retainer is depleted, then you would, if the settlement hasn't been resolved or the divorce hasn't been resolved, you would then charge your client an hourly rate or ask for another large lump sum?
Well, I would ask for an additional retainer, yes.
Okay. So you don't work off of, you wouldn't start charging them hourly, you would ask for another retainer in order to chip away at that, is that right?
Yes,
And you would agree with me that divorce proceedings and probate court matters can be lengthy,
yes,
Right.
yes.
especially when they are contested, right?
Yes, the only reason I'm having difficulty answering is that each case is different. Some cases are much more expensive than others. That was my hesitancy.
So you would agree with me that if there were a lot of contested items in a divorce, you would have to spend a lot of time working with the other party's attorney in order to come up with some sort of an agreement in order to resolve those issues, is that right?
That is correct.
So it can be very time consuming,
It can be, yes.
and that continues to chip away at the retainer.
Yes,
And the more disagreements there are, the longer it could potentially take, is that right?
yes,
You would agree with me that a post-nump or a pre-nump can help alleviate some of that disagreement in a divorce proceeding?
yes, I would agree with that.
The defendant retained you, or you wrote that letter that was made an exhibit on February 5th of 2020. You sent that letter to Kathleen McLean after the defendant had retained you, is that right?
Yes, I believe so.
Were you aware at that time that Katie had obtained a 209A order against the defendant on February 3rd of 2020?
I don't recall, but I'm not saying that that's wrong. I just, off the top of my head, I don't recall.
Once you sent that engagement letter to Ms. McLean, she in fact hired her own attorney.
She
Is
did.
that correct? Yeah.
Yes,
And that attorney was Jolie Vaki, am I saying that right?
I believe so, yes.
And you had a lot of correspondence with Attorney Vaki about this matter, is that correct?
I don't recall a lot of correspondence, but there certainly was.
At the time that you first were retained, there was no prenup, right?
That is correct.
And so you had to talk to Attorney Vaki about all of the property and everything that was going to get divided up in this divorce, is that right?
Yes,
You would agree with me that Katie's main focus, or the main focus of the divorce proceedings, was Katie staying in the house for her children, is that right?
it was very important. Yes, I recall that.
You stated earlier that you did read a couple of emails that were between you and the defendant during your representation of him, correct?
Yes,
You would agree with me that the defendant went to Germany in the beginning of March 2020,
yes, I believe that's correct.
and you had an opportunity to review an email where he stated around March 17th, I believe, the email is in evidence, that he was coming back from Germany because the COVID-19 pandemic had hit. Is that right?
Yes, I believe that was the email, yes.
Okay. At that time, the defendant and Katie were still moving towards divorce, right?
As I recall, yes.
And the defendant was looking into selling the house.
I don't recall that.
Okay. The house was still a source of disagreement when it came to the divorce, is that right?
I would say that's true, yes.
When the defendant came home from Germany, you said that you believed he moved to Florida for a period of time.
That was based upon the email that I saw, yes.
Do you remember that?
I do, I believe I do, yes.
And after he went to Florida, you would agree with me that there are several emails in evidence and the defendant wanted to go home, is that right?
Yes,
He wanted back in 29 Valley Road.
yes.
Any way he could get in, right?
No, I'm not,
Well, he was willing to stay in the basement.
I'm sorry, yes, you're right.
And then he wrote an email, I believe, on April 10th of 2020 saying that he wanted to go back to 29 Valley Road, right?
Yeah, yes,
He wrote another email to you on April 13th, 2020, that he wanted to go back to 29 Valley Road.
yes.
And in that email, there was a suggestion.
Maybe. again, the defense claims it's because she hit him in the face with a glass. And the state doesn't have to prove motive.
That Katie and the children
This is a divorce lawyer number 2.
moved to Belmont. Is that right?
Hey, Cheryl.
So he could have the house to himself.
I believe that's correct, yes.
And April 15th of 2020, he sent you yet another email, again, requesting to return to 29 Valley Road, right?
Yes, if that's, yes.
In that email, which is in evidence, he stated that he again wanted Katie and her children to move to Belmont, right?
Yes.
I believe he was talking about how school wasn't in session, so they should have to leave the house. That's right?
Yes.
Cheryl, thank you for becoming a member. And I hope you'll like it here. Watch out for Zach.
And on April 17th of 2020, you sent an email.
Well, you get a new sticker every time. You don't get that when you're
Katie McLean's
new.
attorney Vaki, talking about Harry had a change of heart and wanted to reconcile. Is that right?
I didn't see that email, but that's possible.
Okay. If I could just have one moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
May I approach?
May.
Go to sidebar.
Sidebar, sidebar. There's a side. Yeah, sometimes you... Oh, I need to check my mailbox now you're saying it. Well, she delivered things to my house today, so there's probably nothing there. Does he have any biological children? I don't think he has any. If he does, they're probably in Germany because he didn't migrate till he was 42, I believe it. Sorry, his age, but he was in his 40s. So if he had any children, they would probably be in Germany. But both of them have been married before. Where's Zach? I don't know. Some questions I don't want answers to. He has 2 kids. See how much I follow this case. He was harassing little D, and then he left. Said she needed a double XL T-shirt. That's not nice. Little D isn't that big. She's around this tall. How much can you argue about? It's not that important. His money will be gone anyway. Yeah, his money is gone because, again, he had to pay $150,000 after he was found to have misappropriated Medicaid funds because he was using them to. Apparently, there was some equipment that he got the money from, but he never bought that equipment. So that's probably, and we saw the pictures of the house. It looks like they might have been in over their head because it was very weird the way the house was empty some places, and then you had like the TV den. It was super crowded, but there's nothing in the bedroom, and everywhere was just filled with suitcases. It was such a weird house. I hear rumors starting about Zach and Little D. Oh, it's not a rumor.
So, Attorney Hoffman, is your memory exhausted as to whether or not you sent an email on April 17th of 2020 to Katie McLean's attorney stating that the defendant wanted to reconcile?
Yes.
May I approach you?
You may.
I apologize, the font is very small. If you could just read this to yourself and let me know. You can look at the date and then read the contents and let me know when your memory is refreshed.
Is that the same as suspicious minds? We're caught in a trap. Can't walk because I love you too much, baby. Didn't. Again, if you're a 80-something millionaire nurse, female millionaire who's about to croak, I might consider marriage again.
Is your memory refreshed as to the email?
Yes.
You would agree with me that you conveyed, or you sent that email and were conveying the defendant's request to reconcile, is that right?
Yes.
You initiated the reconciliation at the defendant's request, didn't you?
Yes.
In that email, you discussed the defendant wanting to give Katie security in the reconciliation, is that right?
Thank you, Cheryl.
Could I just have a moment?
Yes, absolutely.
One moment in time, and I'm Marissa while I'm singing along. One more moment. See, sax back. So everyone, be on your best behavior and don't tell him.
Yes.
And
If you're referring to, he wants to offer.
If I could relive any concert I've been to, which one would it be? Probably my first DAD concert, because that was the first time I felt a boobie in the fun way.
A greater commitment to be engaged in the marriage with the reassurance of her security. That's
yes, and
Yes.
prior to that, within that email, you also conveyed that he wanted to maintain the living situation for 2 more years, is that right?
yes.
And that was so the kids could have a stable living environment,
Well, some people just never learns.
is that right?
Yes.
That they could graduate from school.
Yes.
You conveyed that this was so Katie would be reassured in
She had some quite big mojos.
her security and the children's security, is that right?
Yes.
And on April 29th of 2020, the defendant signed a quitclaim deed.
Don't grifters look for wealthy mates? No, most grifters are horrible people who will grift anything. And again, we're poor people. So I'm just a gold digger.
To give Katie and her kids that security, didn't he?
He signed the deed. Yes, he did.
And that deed, in that deed, they became tenants in the entirety, is that right, in the house?
I would have to look at the deed, but
I would agree to that.
okay. Thank you.
And you would agree
Look at the D.
with me that tenants in the entirety mean that they would have equal rights, is that right?
Yes, I believe
It's
so.
essentially 50% of the house, right?
Yes.
So if one dies, the other one would get the entire house, is that right?
That is correct.
It basically gives them equal footing.
Yes.
It provides security.
Yes.
If I could just have one moment, please.
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Do
Thank
you
you.
know that in fact, Katie was the one that reached out to him initially through Kurt Steele to reconcile? Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
You indicate that he signed the deed because he wanted to give her a sense of security, correct?
I said that, yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
And counsel asked you whether or not the house was a source of disagreement. Do you recall that, sir?
I recall that she asked me that, yes.
Right, and that she was inquiring as to whether or not the house was a source of disagreement and whether or not it was ultimately resolved by him signing the deed. So
Yeah, I think it's the same prosecutor every time. I think that's the thing they do here, that there's only one on the prosecution team.
that she was a half owner of his
Well, one
house,
talker.
right?
Yes.
You knew that they were together for 2 years, living together, and then were married for 5 weeks.
Yes, I did.
And in fact, sir, one of the sources of disagreement was the fact that the house would be sold.
Hey, Noodles, you didn't miss much. We had a long voir dire to begin with, or not a Richardson, a Daubert hearing, with an expert, and he was allowed to talk about something, but not something else. Then we had a divorce lawyer who didn't know anything. Then we had a divorce lawyer who didn't really know much either. They really don't have anything other than they were in a contentious divorce.
And she was going to get half of it, right?
Yes, I mean, it was an issue, if that's...
And counsel asked you about the issues arising in the course of the divorce. You'd agree with me, sir, that in your experience, not mine, but the experience would be that there are alimony factors and child support factors, right?
In cases, yes, absolutely.
And he wasn't the father of the 3 kids who were living with him, was he?
No, he was
He
not.
was paying for the expenses of those kids, though, wasn't he?
He was.
And the alimony factors, one of
I don't give nicknames to people I'm scared of.
about alimony factors, sir, is how long the marriage is, right?
Yes,
Contribution of a party to the marriage itself, right?
yes.
And in a 5-week marriage, and you have 40-something years' experience, what is the alimony factor on that type of a marriage?
Objection.
No, overall, he can answer, you know.
Yeah,
There shouldn't be any.
Thank you.
No further questions. Thank
5
you.
weeks
Mr.
of
Hoffman.
marriage, I think that's the shortest. No, the shortest is still that one who
Your
was
Honor, I
hanging the
believe-
felon in
Thank you,
Tennessee.
Mr. Huffman. I believe, Chayton, we're going to give Mr. Chayton another shot.
Oh, the Zoom isn't working.
All right, jurors, we're going to try to get the next witness on Zoom. We had an issue yesterday, as you
Attorney Reddington.
Oh,
Okay, do you want me to do the nothing but the,
Your Honor, I believe, thank you, Mr. Shaw.
seeing or in front of you.
You want me at the podium, right? Thank you. Thank you.
I'm getting dizzy. He needs to stop watching.
may I swear him in?
Yes.
Or Attorney Chayton, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, if you could just raise your right hand, sir. You solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, it's a little warbly. I barely pick up the words.
Do you want me to try again? Is it any better now? Our sound just improved in here.
I wonder if you need to be closer to whatever microphone we're using.
Mr. Reddington, can you do a quick test?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, can you hear Mr. Reddington better?
I can hear you. I heard that it was the DA. I heard she was one of those the clearest.
Right, that was the DA.
You scared me away,
And
Zach.
now this is me,
Yeah.
Kevin, and the judge was also talking to
Yeah, I can hear Attorney Reddington.
Okay, do you want me to go
Okay,
over
jurors,
those?
can you see and hear okay? All right.
She was. I think we can say she went for men of a certain lifestyle, but again, that doesn't say it's okay to unalive her. So again, but it's the defense job to paint the victim in the worst way possible in cases like this.
All right,
Swear him in over there.
I think Ms. Sandel should come over
Sure.
here because I think, is this the microphone?
Yeah.
I think this is
Yeah,
the microphone.
Okay.
That's the clearest. It's right there. I heard.
No worries. Okay, if you could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You say your honor? Yes. All right, so will you tell us your name and spell your last name, please?
Sure. It's David Chayton, Chyten.
And where do you live, sir?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
Oh, no, that's okay. I said, where do you live? Do you live in Florida? Do you live in Mass?
I actually think that maybe if Mr. Reddington was at council table, he'd be
The
closer.
judge wanted me to guess.
I know.
All right, one
You have to
second.
pivot.
You could try.
All right.
Want me to try?
I'm happy to move also if that's easier.
This microphone seems to be working with the Zoom.
Can you hear me now?
I can, thank you.
Okay, great. I don't want to interfere with the juries.
If you would like to sit so they can see, that's fine.
We can see on here.
All right, let's do it this way. Tell us your name, please, and spell your last name.
David Chyten, Chyten.
And where do you live, sir?
I currently live in Florida.
And what do you do for work?
I'm an attorney.
And do you know an individual by the name of Kathleen McLean?
I do.
And do you know an individual by the name of Harry Tuerk?
I do.
And can you tell us, were you friendly with them?
Yes.
And back in 2020, just to refresh your memory, that's around the time that the pandemic hit all of us. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. In 2020, April 27th specifically, do you recall receiving a text from Ms. McLean asking you how long does it take and what is the process to get a name put on a deed of a home? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you have the text of copies in front of you? Or?
You emailed me them, so I do have.
Okay, as long as you had a chance to look at it, that's all.
Yes, I did.
Pull that up, please, that text. That would be the April 27th, 2020. At 6:19 in the morning, I guess. Can you make it bigger? Okay. That indicates, good morning. How long does it take and what is the process to have a name put on a deed of a home, correct? Yes, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And that was from Ms. McLean to you, correct?
Yes.
All right. Looking at April 27, 2020, you recall, sir, that you received a text from her indicating that she's negotiating, drafting an agreement, that he is apparently willing to sign putting my name on the deed. I need it put on. If he were to die, then his one half is my half. You recall receiving that text on April 27th?
Yes. Yes.
And then, would you agree, sir, that you're waiting for the attorneys to have the lawyers to draft the agreement of the post-nup as well and the deed, and then that would be given to you to have her sign, correct?
No, I was drafting the deed. I had no involvement in the post-op or really any knowledge.
Okay. I'm just looking at April 27th text, but, so your response on April 27th, if you recall, was I can draft the deed for you, Harry can take it to a bank, get it notarized, and I will need the original to be recorded, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall on April 27th, the same day, at 9:22 in the morning, that she then said, and it should reflect me as the sole, SIC, as they say, SOUL, sole owner, if he dies, I believe it means dies, etc., right? Do you recall receiving that? You can pull that up, Steve.
Yes.
This is her divorce lawyer. They're talking about her wanting him to fix it so her name can be on the deed of the house.
Okay. And then your response was, yes, you will own the property. A husband and wife as tenants by the entirety means if one of you dies, the property goes directly to the other, correct?
Yep. Yes.
And in fact, he signed the deed. Ultimately, it was recorded, right?
I know.
Correct.
But I just made it big screen so people could see him.
No questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chyten.
Did he not have family of his own to leave his money to? Well, apparently he had 2 kids. So yeah, he did have a family, but at the same time, he didn't really have any money because he had a $150,000 fine for misappropriating Medicare equipment. That's why he was trying to go back to Germany and get a job, because he was probably not going to work much in the States.
Yeah, see if he answers. We're just trying to get Dr. Vanden now, Your Honor.
All right. Chairs, I believe the next witness is going to be by Zoom also.
Oh, she was, yes. Yeah. Could we just approach on a couple issues quickly while we're working?
Help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Can you hear me?
Okay, one more time?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Tell us your name, spell your last name for the record.
Stephen Vandor, V-A-N-D-O-R.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a physician.
And what kind of a physician are you?
I practice internal medicine.
And you also, on occasion, I guess what's called a PCP, primary care physician?
Correct.
All right. I want you to listen to my questions when I ask you, and just answer the question that's asked.
A lot of sway
okay?
showing today.
Okay.
All right. Do you know Harry Tuerk?
Yes.
And how do you know Harry Tuerk?
Harry was a colleague when I worked at St. Elizabeth's.
Were you also?
And I was his primary care physician.
All right. Now, you recall when the pandemic struck us, right?
Yes.
Okay. Had you been treating him for any medical conditions at that time?
Yes, without the benefit of records in front of me, I do recall that at the time I was treating him for, yes, a couple of medical issues.
All right. One of which was depression?
Depression and anxiety are the two that I do remember, correct.
All right. And
Because that's probably in some way what she was planning on, because again, he was broke, and she was kind of, she was out looking on the market. She had found a dentist or something, but still, I just don't feel any of this hits. He's going to testify, and maybe he can tell a very compelling story.
when did you start treating Harry?
Once again, that's difficult with the timing, but it was around the time of the pandemic.
No, not the. She just wanted to get rid of him. Come on now. You know how to get rid of a guy. You just ghost him long enough till he starts writing well when you meet him in town.
Once again, I don't have the records in front of me for the exact time.
And the records that you're unable to get in front of you, can you tell us briefly why you can't get the records?
Yeah, again, none of these people are outstanding citizens. I know everyone will, well, she's the dead person. Yeah, but sometimes deceased people can be less than perfect, and it doesn't give him the right to do it anyway.
So unfortunately, the St. Elizabeth's Hospital in Stewart has been in bankruptcy, and so getting records has been, their record keeping has been in disarray, and it's been unfortunately very difficult for anybody to get their medical records from the system at this time.
All right, but you made a good effort to get them.
Yeah.
And you were unable to get them, but you do remember treating Harry, right?
Correct.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir. Hold on, DA might have some questions.
So, Dr. Vandor, I'm going to stand here just for a second so you can see me, but then I need to go to a different location where I don't think you're going to be able to see me.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'm blocking the jurors, okay?
Oh,
Okay, so my name's Lisa Beatty. I'm an assistant district attorney here, and I just have a few questions for you.
Sure.
Okay, now I'm gonna move. So you said that you were a colleague of Dr. Tuerk's.
Correct.
How long were you a colleague of Dr. Tuerk's?
I don't know exactly. I worked at the hospital since 2006, so Harry came sometime after me. I'm guessing at least about 10 years.
Did you refer patients to him?
Yes.
Did he ever refer patients to you?
I don't recall off the top of my head, but it wouldn't be unusual sometimes for friends or family to at times get referred, but I don't remember anybody specifically.
Did you consider him to be a friend?
Collegial colleague, sure.
Okay. And when did you become his primary care physician?
Once again, without the records, hard to say, but I'm thinking somewhere 2018, 2019.
And you said that you treated him for depression and anxiety. Do you know when that started?
Once again, that's difficult to say. I believe it was around 2019, but I can't be positive without obviously looking at my records.
All right, and then you said you stopped treatment in 2020?
I believe so, but I'm sorry, but without the records, it was 5 years ago. I don't, and I'm not sure. Yeah, probably 2020. Yes.
Could it have been in 2019?
No. I think no. It was past that.
And how do you know that?
Just because I'm thinking about the events that transpired after that. That was around the time when I was no longer able to take care of him as a patient.
Okay. And do you recall how far into 2020 you treated him?
No, I can't say for sure.
How often did you see him in 2020?
Just going off of, once again, without records, usually for something like that, somebody may come in every 3 to 4 months, perhaps.
And do you know if that happened in this case, or is that just your standard practice?
That's my standard practice. I'd be speculating on the frequency of his visits.
Okay. Nothing further.
This is what you get for sitting in Valhalla's chat until 4 in the morning. No swayshare.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, doctor. And the next witness, I believe, is going to be by Zoom as well.
Yes,
And
Dr.
we're going
Lamasada.
to try to set it up a little better for everybody. So maybe 10, 15 minutes at most.
Great, thank you.
And then we'll come back and we'll go until 1 o'clock. And then we are sitting this afternoon, as I told you.
So court is on a break, and yeah, I believe that. We got all the Zoomies today.
Be seated. Mr. Reddington.
Yes, Judge.
And then who?
Dr. Tuerk.
Okay.
Oh, Dr. Zaisel, I'm sorry. Completely forgot. I'm thinking that he already testified this morning. I just had him leave because
All
he's
right.
sequestered.
So Dr. Laposada, Dr.
Dr.
Zaisel.
Zaisel and Dr. Tuerk. Yep.
Okay. All right. So we'll take about a 15
Great.
minute
Thank you.
recess.
Court, all rise.
Oh, so just this size glass. So we're going to bring on another doctor that's probably worked with him and just don't know anything. And then we're going to bring on the shrink who's going to testify that he had a fight and flight reaction, but can't talk about how his mental health deteriorated during the coup. And then it's going to be him testifying, most likely as the last person. So they probably should be done by tomorrow. I don't know how long they're going to put him in the chair, how long cross-examination is going to be. No, court isn't back. It's just nice. We must be nice to the good doctor. He's just had an accident, the poor guy. Yeah, he lost his wife. Turn off the audio, please. I don't. With the story he told us in opening statements, I don't really feel like he's doing much to prove that story. They made whiskey rocks you can put in your drink to make it cold without watering it down. Wonder if those were the kind of rocks found in her pockets. No, it was rocks that was big enough to put her down. When I drank, I would buy the whiskey packs with rock glasses. I had like 50 at one time, so I gave most of them away. Then we started using them to make espresso. A lot broken. We have like 3 now. Yeah, they're probably not tempered glass. Well, he needs to get on the stand to have any reasonable way to talk about what happened that night in the house, because they haven't any witnesses, and I don't think on cross-examination he really got it out in a way where you can say, oh, yeah, that's reasonable doubt. So I don't know. But I always have that that idea that it's really, really bad when they have to take the stand. I'm still on a firm guilty so far. It wasn't self-defense. They're not claiming self-defense. They're claiming passion, spur of the moment. So it was a manslaughter, not a murder, because for murder you have to have premeditation. But it's really hard to say crime of passion when you dispose of the body after. And I just don't see what he described the fight and flight reaction as being a spontaneous, instant reaction. It's really not clicking with me that that's putting rocks in her pants and carrying her to a pond, going home, getting drunk. It's one of those where you think, if it really was a mistake, yeah, then he could have called the cops and said, I'm sorry I did it, but she hit me in the head. But again, we also say never talk to the cops, so it's a hard one. It worked for Kyle Rittenhouse. Yeah, but that's because he was so lucky that another defendant had admitted he pointed a gun at him. And still to this day, a lot of people out there think he's guilty, which is el stupido, because he's proven innocent in the court of law. I think it's guilty, but crime of passion. Heat of passion. Zach being your pimp doesn't make you self-employed. You know the good corners already. Go get him. You're thinking he's out here running up a squad? This one is guilty for me too. I don't think it was premeditated, though. Still going to spend the rest of his life in prison. You sounded like you healed up already, Baker. My sinuses says something else. Are they going to allow his former bad acts of fraud in? They haven't tried to get it in yet. I believe it was premeditated. He's lucky the entire thing was on tape. The confession? Oh, no, Kyle Rittenhouse. Yeah. See you later, Helen from Holland. But I just don't feel they have, because we have to say any reasonable doubt has to befall the defendant. But I just don't think that there is much reasonable doubt in what they have proved so far. Yes, she wanted the house. Hey, my wife got everything when we divorced because she had the kids, and I could start over. But it was more important that the kids had a home, had a car, all of that. Material things are just material things. And it seemed like they agreed on sharing the deed, so it'll be 50-50. If one of them passed away, the other one could stay at the house. That doesn't make it. And yeah, maybe she was the town bicycle. Maybe he was a hoback. But it still doesn't really tell me that, well, he just blew up. Because you also have to think he's a urologist, and they are normally quite calm people. To me, it's just, I have a hard time seeing a medical trained professional doing this for 4 to 7 minutes and not at any point snap out of it and say, oh my, and not try to resuscitate her, and instead go into a pond and throwing her there. It's, again, had it been an Insta, had he shoved her down the stairs or pew-pewed her in the heat of the moment, but we're talking 4 to 7 minutes that he has to apply pressure. In 4 to 7 minutes, even though it's passion, again, a quick stabulation or a pew-pewing would be easier for me to think. No, I didn't lose anything. I lost material stuff, but I gained my freedom. And that's the most important part for me, because I couldn't be a good dad in that household. Wrong. She was begging for it, Baker. Well, I don't know. She might have been. Some ladies like that, I've been told. I've seen it in some movies. But again, he's a trained medical professional. He should know that when kumquat is set, you release the pressure. The state hasn't proven premeditated. I'm not sure they have tried, actually. Like, they put nothing on the points to that. Either leads to a life sentence. No, manslaughter won't be a life sentence. Well, for him it will probably be, but that's a maximum of, looked it up yesterday, 20 years, I believe. Mass is not a half state. He hit the body, it's a crime there too. A urologist joke about blowing up. I'm not sure I get my own joke. Oh, yeah, so you can't really, because he just put her in the, 70% element of her body. I walked by the urologist's office yesterday. I could not work in there. It's a weird thing being a peen doctor. No, I had Plevin on my channel. The interview ended after my first question, and then it just turned into Plevin on another channel, yelling that people are stupid and that he's right. You know, not a master debater. To me, the crime of passion relates only to the first part. Cover-up is a separate act. It's well, I effed up and it becomes self-preservation. This isn't me defending him, just feel it can be both. Sure. And we don't have to agree. I will just argue what I say, and you can argue what you say, and everyone can laugh at me when I'm wrong, as I am 90% of the time. I just have a different, and maybe it's because I've been in situations where people have been attempted, and maybe we have a different way of seeing it here, but we have that premeditation falls under that you had enough time to regret it and stop. And if you didn't do it, then it's premeditated. So you might not have that standard in the States. Kind of like if you wanted to rob a bank, you put on the mask, you got your Mossberg, you got the note saying, put the money in a bag, no funny business, not criminal advice. And you walk into the bank and turn around. You'll still get for attempted robbery. But if you go up there, you can walk away from the situation. You have time to walk away from the situation. And I believe if you have to put pressure for 4 to 7 minutes, even though he might be in an enraged state of mind, he has time to withdraw from the act. And to me, that's where it shifts over to premeditation. But again, we don't have to agree on this channel. As long as we are cordial to each other, not Zach. Zach, you can say what you want. But the rest of us, we agree to disagree, because we don't learn anything if we don't sometimes say, well, I think you're right about that one, but I think you're wrong about that one. And no one will cry because someone tells you you're wrong. Sticks and stones may break my bones, and Jamie, but words will never hurt. Don't think it's premeditated. I think they got into a fight and it went too far and panicked. I also don't think deceive it has anything to do with it. Deceive it thing is weird. It goes against all training. That's another thing. He knew exactly what he was doing, when he was doing it. For him, it will be a life sentence. Yeah, if he gets the full boat, 20 years, yeah, it'll be a life sentence. If it's premeditated, that he's done life with no parole. Yeah, that's, yeah. He signed the deed, they met up, he wanted Smexy time, she said no, and by the way, now I own half the house, and he got angry, splash. That to me would make it okay in a heat. That would actually make it more okay than the story they told about him getting down on a knee and say, hey, I want to have you back. And she said, F you, get out of here. I've told this story before about that man in Denmark who went to his, they had divorced and she invited him over. And then she invited him into the bedroom. And the fool he is, he thought, that's nice. I miss her. I can be back with her and the kids. And instead of making stomach pancakes and leaving the batter outside of the oven, he deposits one in the bank. And he jumps off the wound. And the second he jumps off the wound, she says, well, you're effed now because your DNA is in me. And I'm going to call the police. It's going to be grape, and you're never seeing your kids again. And he lost it, unalived her, but he got a reduced sentence because that's clearly she was manipulating him into doing it. Did we blame the belt for what happened to Carradine or Hutchins? I don't think so. The dog is the belt in this case. Well, the belt didn't have a mind of its own. Could be explaining the stains on the bed. That's all I got. The online defense rests, although I think she too did some weird stuff in bed, if you know what I mean. Well, she gave cake in the garage, which according to Danny T is a naughty thing. Well, I couldn't keep my cool more than I did. I thought I was surprisingly cool for how angry I was. Only master baker. No, I said Plevin wasn't a master debater. Yeah, it's not as easy as think, and that's why, oh, he just touched her neck is a stupid defense. Everyone knows it's not like the movies where they just... No, we do premeditation can form in a split. Yeah, so premeditation could, yeah. No, I said he was no master debater. I don't know why people have misheard that. She was unconscious fairly quickly, but he kept going to unalive her, which is above and beyond. Again, that's my problem, 4 to 7 minutes. Yeah, because... We haven't heard anything about mortgages. Jamie, where are you when I need big words help? We haven't heard anything about that. We haven't heard anything about the economy. Yeah, it's tickling the small grays, as Hercule Poirot would have said. Yeah, I like to eat my cake in, well, sometimes if it's, you know, you have leftover cake, I'll take it in the good chair and watch my television. But pantry pie is dirtier. No, do like I do and put it on the fan. Hey, Peplacy. I struggle with premeditated being intent. I think most people think premeditation means what it sounds like. Yeah, that you planned it when he went to the house. He had a plan that tonight is going to end with her gone. But that's not what premeditation means. It just means he had the time and the possibility to walk away or step back or... and again, it can form in an instant. You know it's wrong. You shouldn't be doing this. It can end bad. So you have to remove yourself. For you having to put up with idiot authors. Well, as I said in a chat today, he is to authors what a 3-year-old finger painter is to Picasso. And then Mo said, well, with an infinite number of monkeys and an infinite numbers of typing machines, one of them would write Shakespeare. But after talking to the guy, I think Doink is more likely to write Shakespeare. I can't believe what this channel has become. I thought it was a good Christian channel, and now I can't unhear what I heard. It's such a shame. I'm sorry I had to read that filth from Danny T. But you know these ladies, they have a dirty mind. Just because you changed your name doesn't mean you can erase your contributions to the devolution. What's racist? Saying Doink the Clown is like a monkey? I've seen him. We always end up either in the gutter or discussing food. We could discuss the wonderful curry, well, the herring in curry sauce I had today. Oh, it's good. bet my BA thesis is better written and more coherent than his book, and I'm not happy with my BA thesis. I can guarantee you, if you didn't fail, it's better written. I've done a few things in my life. I was a furniture mover. I was a baker. I was a soldier. I was a paper boy. I was running the frost department in a department store. And I actually went to teachers college for not the full boat. I did like a year and a half before my back crapped out totally. And I had to sit and grade papers sometimes when we were out. We had to go out and do some practice runs on schools. And one teacher said, try and grade this. And probably because then he could go outside smoking and come back in and say, yeah, that's right. And this was like fifth graders. I think Plevens makes less sense than a fifth grader because it's so horribly written. There's so many places where it's clear that, when you write your thesis, you have this, oh, this sounds good, but the ending just isn't good. I'll leave this part and come back to it and write the ending. This isn't good. I'll remove this. And remember to go back to page 47 and just rework the ending. And you never get back to page 47. The problem is it's not just page 47. It's almost every single subchapter he's in. He'll go from colon to GPS to Brian Higgins to Lizzie Borden to his own illness to how much he hates Aiden. It's horrendous. Yeah, the freezers, we call it frost. The cold store where you buy your frozen vegetables and your frozen pies. I don't know. Got way better than an F, but I had a complete burnout that entire semester, and the fact that I even handed it in is impressive. Then it's still better. Hey, Volstorm. Is his book free if you have Kindle? Yeah. I think there's an excerpt of it that you can read. Try reading that. I read the entire thing. There's a reason why Marissa isn't around that much anymore, because I'm not saying death threats were made, but he talks about having to go back in. He had the Big C and he has to go back in and have photos taken, and sometimes they find something on them and then he goes, oh, that's bad. But it turns out to just be scar tissue. So it must be his lungs. But I thought he said he had it in his spine and his brain, which is funny because, well, it's not funny, because my mom started, like a lot of women, with the Big C in her breast. Got removed, got all the radiation, got cleared. Everything's fine. You are right as rain, no problem, everything's fine. 3 months later, while I was actually leaving to go up and get my kids, she called me and said, we just been to the oncologist. And I was really mad because she was calling me right as I was about to go and I was late. And she said, yeah, well, it's back. If you don't want to talk, well, you can call me back later. And she just hung up. And it had spread to her lung tissue, from her lung tissue to her spinal cord, from her spinal cord to her brain. And that took 4 months. But this guy has survived for, I think his fundraiser went up in 13, 15, 17, somewhere like that. He was asking for $7,000 and got $3,000. But it worked. Hey, he got the cheap version and it worked because he's free. No, I don't know about being an ADHD person. Jemima have read most of it as well. She can probably weigh in. There was absolute no outline and no editor. That's the big problem. He needed an editor. Yeah, you can get it if you have you can get the 30-day Kindle, but I had problems getting Kindle because we don't have Amazon in Denmark, so it took a little while. Ho ho ho, and a bottle of rum. So, but I still, because I think even if you view the free version, there will be some 0.00001 cent given to him. Probably his publisher will not pay out until he made them X amount of dollars. I don't know how his publishing deal is, but it'll still be too much to pay for it. Grandma breast too longs, yeah. Did you hide people over here as well? Oh. Yeah, the excerpt was really bad. Same thing happened, but it took 10 years for hers to come back. Sorry about that for you. Well, yeah. Cuddy Marie says, just want to say, Baker, you're so relatable and easy to watch. You make my day happy along with all in the chat. Well, I'm glad to hear it. This is what we try to do on this channel, I think. Be that little chat hangout you can enjoy away from home. Sometimes we do it in Discord. Well, that's not as homely. It's mostly Sue just yelling at me, not at the other guests. That's Jemima who yells at people. But I like that we don't have to agree, and we can hang out. Laura can talk about her poo, and we can wonder why she does it, and we can make fun of Zach. That makes it just like hanging out at the local coffee shop. I'd rather work on my forward flexibility than read that. More rewarding. I think I would. There's a lot of things I would rather do, but I did it. And that's what I said I would, and I followed through. But it was so bad, I had to set a timer. We call them egg watches because you use them when you're boiling eggs. And I had to set it for 45 minutes, have that on my table. I had a YouTube thing running just to take my mind away, and I was playing a manager game on my main screen. And then I read for 45 minutes, just doing notes. And in the end, I got so tired, I was just...
objections needs to say that loudly so the witness knows, because now at this point in time, the lawyer not at the podium's far away. So it's Ms. McLaughlin's witness, and she has a nice loud voice, but I'm just letting the court know that we're not yelling at you.
All right.
Put a new anti-Karen Reed recreation bit in the Karen Reed chat. Oh,
We're all
cool.
set for the jurors.
They're on their way.
Thank you.
Someone was saying Jess sucks at her job and lets you discuss gross things. No, Jess is good. Well, Plev says she's an idiot, but so are we all. We can talk about garage cake. I will have to figure out what it is. Is Nightbot AI or real? It's just a reply bot. It's not thinking, it's just doing. Why is Nightbot here? It's not night. Well, because I can't rename it. I don't think I can rename it. I would, if I could, I would. Then it would be the voice of Zach, because everyone is annoyed at it. No, it's not. It's a pre-programmed. It just has some timelines and some commands, so it doesn't really do anything. It's not artificial. It can't answer you anything that it's not programmed to. My thing is, again, as we talked about earlier, that the premeditation part comes in my opinion, because he has to apply pressure for 4 to 7 minutes. Gives him enough time to get conscious again and say, oh, this is wrong. I should stop this and say sorry. So I would go with guilty. I think I described it as he took all of his note and put it in a pile. Someone knocked it over, and they just put it together in the order they found it on the floor. This is how I would describe his writing. Volsum, you got it figured out. And sometimes doing. Yeah, the problem is if we make it so, it's Nightbird for the Aussies. Well, I have only fans here. Do I need a demonstration of carrot cake or Reiki? Well, I don't know what it is, and is it 2 girls, 1 cup material? That's another problem. That's why I asked him if he had a legal consultant on it, because he totally misunderstands the law as well. But the publishing house should have someone in India read it through and say, we can't do this.
Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
I'm going to take a bite.
Just raise your right hand.
Certainly.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Tell us your name and spell your last name for the record, and keep your voice up for us, please.
Certainly. Dr. Elizabeth Laposata, Laposata.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a medical doctor, specializing in forensic pathology, which deals with the specialty of determining causes of death and injury.
And have you been working with me on this case of the Commonwealth versus Harry Tuerk?
Yes, I have.
And can you tell jurors, please, your educational background?
Certainly. I graduated from Bucknell University in Lewisburg, Pennsylvania in 1975 with honors and a Bachelor of Science in Biology. I then attended University of Maryland School of Medicine, where I graduated with a Doctor of Medicine in 1979. I did my internship and residency at Johns Hopkins Hospital in Baltimore, where I studied anatomic pathology, which is the study of the diseases of the body. Then I did my 2 years of fellowship training in St. Louis in forensic pathology, which is the understanding of causes of death and injury. In 1983, I sat for my boards in anatomic and forensic pathology and became a diplomat of the American Board of Pathology. Since that time, I've worked as an assistant medical examiner for the city of St. Louis, the state of Delaware, the city of Philadelphia, and 12 years as the chief medical examiner in the state of.
I haven't seen it. I will be very, very surprised if they try RICO cases with this one. I don't see a RICO case coming up. She's supposed to testify. Is she the one that they got in instead of that? Well, I won't say that word about the lady who didn't want to fill out the papers the way they wanted to. She's been a guest on STS. But is it the one who's going to testify for the Commonwealth, who's going to be? It's not Scotty. Is it Scotty Bello? No, it's the other one. Because they don't want to bring the ME back.
Rhode Island. In 2005, I opened an independent consulting practice where I review and study cases to determine how death and injury occurred.
Thank you. And you're obviously testifying in this case, not in person, but on Zoom, and that is because of a medical condition. Is that correct?
That's correct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You did mention that you're a diplomat of the American Board of Pathology. What does that mean?
That means that I trained in anatomic and forensic pathology in my.
What's her name? Test chart. Yeah, it's Scotty Bello was the one with the cool tattoos. Yeah, the whack job who didn't want to write on the paper what they demanded.
Internship, residency, and fellowship
No,
program.
was it Scotty Bello who didn't want? Wasn't the one not with the cool tattoos?
In programs that were certified by the American Graduate Medical Association as meeting certain high standards for training in those areas.
It is Scotty Bello.
And then I sat for a 3-day examination in those areas.
Oh, she's on the defense list. But I know the Commonwealth is bringing in a new ME. And I saw Brother Counsel talking about, because they want to change the DNA expert, and that would be hearsay. I think Bev will allow it. How can they not bring the ME back? She did the autopsy. She had first-hand knowledge of what she did. How can someone else testify to her work? This lady will be testifying for the defense based on her notes as well. So they can do it. Would it look good? No. But again, after straws, if you know what I mean.
Passed and then became a diplomat of the Board of American Pathology, recognized as an expert in those fields.
So is that many times, somebody may say that they're board certified, is that what that means?
Yes, it does.
So you're board certified in pathology, is that correct?
Anatomic and forensic pathology.
All right. Now, in reference to this case, can you tell the jury what materials that you had access to that you were able to review?
Yes, I reviewed the entire medical examiner file, including autopsy photographs. I reviewed scene photographs. I reviewed police reports, scene investigation reports, and some medical records.
Now, can you tell me, please, your opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, pathological certainty, and anatomical certainty as to your opinion regarding the death of Kathleen McLean?
Yes.
Can you tell us, first of all, from your review of the discovery and the materials, about the body, where it was recovered and what condition was it in?
Yes, there are 2 points in a evaluation like this. First is the evaluation of the cause of death, which is why the body stopped functioning. And then there is the understanding of what changes occurred to the body after death.
Okay. And do you have an opinion from your review of the discovery and the materials that you've related as to the circumstances that resulted in the death of Ms. McLean as it relates to the cause of death?
Yes, Ms. McLean died from asphyxia due to manual strangulation due to the application of pressure to the neck.
And what were the circumstances, if you know, according to the discovery, of the application to the neck of the pressure?
And there was a argument between the 2 individuals, both consuming beverages.
When you say beverages, that would be alcoholic beverages?
Alcoholic beverages, yes, thank you.
And it's your understanding that there was an argument, and as a result of which something happened in a physical sense?
Correct.
What was that happened in a physical sense?
From reading the records.
Objection, Your Honor.
Dr. Tuerk
Wait. Hold up. You have to wait. If the DA objects, you have to wait for the judge to sustain.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Why don't you rephrase it, Mr. Reddington?
Sure. Thank you. So from reviewing the materials, is it your understanding that there was a verbal argument and that escalated into a physical argument?
Correct.
And what were the nature of the 2 arguments?
Objection.
Sustain.
Objection.
You have to really listen, because if they object and he sustains it, you can't continue on, okay?
Okay, well, I really can't hear the objection. I'll listen very carefully.
Okay, that's the problem, must be the language.
Why don't you ask her to just pause for a moment before she starts answering? That way you can let her know if there's an objection as well.
Yep. So you have, obviously, as you testified, expertise in determining the cause of death, correct?
Correct.
You examined in your autopsy, or reviewing the autopsy performed by another person, whether or not there was an injury that caused the death or a disease, for example, correct?
Correct.
Now, in this case, tell the jury, as a result of your review of the photographs, you also had access to the report from the medical examiner, obviously the chief medical examiner, Michelle Matthews, correct?
Correct.
And you had occasion to review her report, correct?
Yes.
And based on the autopsy photographs, based on her report and the information that was provided to you, and your understanding of the discovery in the case to date, do you have an opinion as to the circumstances surrounding and attending to the death of Ms. McLean?
Yes.
Tell us what it is, please. To a reasonable degree of pathological certainty.
Yes, the body was found floating face down in a pond. She had last been seen about 12 hours or so before the body was found, so there's some changes to the body from floating for that period of time in the water.
Explain that.
And then,
Can you explain that? What do you mean by that?
oh, yes, certainly. So Ms. McLean had changes to her body after death because of the placement of her body face down in a pond and the time that elapsed between her being placed in the pond and the body being found. And what that causes is the body, when it was placed, she was found face down, so her body.
Yeah, Brandon is going out to find a woman with the pants that he can leave his rocks in.
Is in a dead man's float position. And then due to gravitational forces and the gradual breakdown of small blood vessels after death, that position caused some hemorrhages in the back of the neck and in the muscles on the side of the neck, which were small, but due to the post-mortem effect of gravity and the fluids accumulated in the body, so that there were changes after death in the temporalis muscle. There were small broken blood vessels.
Can I interrupt you? What is the temporalis muscle? I don't understand. What
The
is it?
temporalis, so underneath the scalp, if you look underneath the scalp, there are muscles on either side in the temporal bone area. And because the body was face down for that prolonged period of time, the effects of gravity and early decomposition caused those blood vessels to break and make small hemorrhages, which are not due to the application of force, but post-mortem changes to the body after death due to the time after death and the position of the body in the dead man's float position.
So that's very important. It's your opinion that the observations that you made were as it relates to any, what is the word I'm looking for? Hemorrhages or anything that in the back of the head or the side of the head? And that is because of the dead man's float and gravity, correct?
Correct, time after death.
Time after death. Now, there's no injuries to the back of the head or the side of the head, is there?
Correct, there's no application of force.
Now, as it relates to your continued observation of the discovery and the photographs, did you make an observation of any bruising in or about the area of the neck?
Yes.
Tell us where the bruising was in the area of the neck.
There was evidence of manual strangulation or application of a hand grasp to the neck with a bruise on the skin that would correspond to the thumb of the assailant, and then a bruise on the skin on the other side under the jaw corresponding to the fingers of the assailant. So that was a bruise, a very slight discoloration of the skin under both sides of the jaw, corresponding to the place where the hand grasped the neck.
Now, when you have application of force by a hand, as you described, if there are two hands, for example, there could be a circumferential bruising. In other words, the entire neck would be encapsulated. Is that correct?
Well, a circumferential bruising usually has a different hand placement.
Okay.
So it has, in order to do that, you have your thumbs in the middle, which is, we don't see that here because the hemorrhages, the slight bruise on the skin under each jaw, then when you do the dissection deeper, there was bruising and bleeding in the muscles of the neck directly under that. And that can only occur with a hand grasp. There's not, there are no marks on the skin of the back of the neck, and that blood vessel rupture that was deep, deep, deep in the muscle of the neck was from the face down position and the effects of gravity and decomposition causing a small hemorrhage. And importantly, the autopsy photos show how small those were. The autopsy report itself did not measure those, so it was good we had the autopsy photographs so that those hemorrhages were not due to the application of force.
So to your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, you have a one-handed, bilateral, if you will, application of force to the front and the side of the neck. Is that correct?
Correct, on either side. And the hemorrhages in the muscles of the neck, the so-called strap muscles of the neck, which kind of go up and down, in the strap.
I have the exact same question. She would be a really great Commonwealth witness. Every single sign is manual from the front. The only thing I don't understand is the postmortem hemorrhage.
Muscles are layered one upon the other, so there was hemorrhages directly under the subtle bruises on the skin, and then directly under that on the layers of muscle. So the hemorrhage was confined to just that one area, which would correspond with one hand grasp.
And when you say the strap muscles and the layers, if I suggest that there's slides that were taken of bruising one layer after another, is it your understanding that these are not separate bruises, but the same, with different layers of muscle?
The thing is, you just need to stop oxygen going to the brain. So you have to apply pressure to both sides. And you can do, I don't know how big she is and how big his hand is, but if she's on the floor and you can get to her with one hand, you can do it one-handed. It's but it's not just that thing he claimed that it was just that. You will have to be in there, and again, it's not that you just do this. You really have to put some pressure on it. So again, I don't feel this is a good witness for them.
Yes, absolutely, because those muscles are layered one on top of the other.
Again, doesn't matter, he admitted to doing it.
So when you press on the top one, it causes bleeding in the top, then it causes bleeding in the muscles under that.
Don't tire your back
So it's
out.
only the one point of application of pressure, because those muscles are stacked on top of the other.
Now, do you have an opinion as to the point of application of pressure and whether or not it caused any damage to the neck itself or the interior of the neck?
Yes, it did.
And what was that?
It caused bilateral or hemorrhages on both sides, one where the thumb was, one where the fingers were, and corresponding to the bruises on the skin were the hemorrhages into the underlying strap muscles. Then on the left side, there was a small fracture of the hyoid bone, which sits just above the voice box, and that also is caused from, it's a sign that pressure is applied to the neck. The bone itself is not important as far as its function, but those like the hemorrhages and that fracture, the hemorrhages themselves and the fracture are not damaging, but it's a sign that there was pressure applied to the neck that shuts off the blood vessels carrying blood to the head. So they're markers of a death from asphyxia.
And that is consistent with your opinion of the, let's say, one-handed grab, is that correct?
Correct. The injuries are consistent with that pattern.
And you had a chance to review the photographs as well, and were able to examine the location and coloration of the various bruises that we know, correct?
Yes, I did.
Now, depending obviously on the size of a person's hand, and these are how large it is as opposed to the size of the neck of the person, can you tell us, if you know to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, the maximum grip strength of an adult male would be how many PSI, pounds of pressure, if you know?
Objection.
Yes.
Sustained.
The average.
Stop.
Sustained.
Will you approach, please?
Yes.
Inch. Maximum grip strength of an adult male.
Yes, I am.
And what would that be in PSI, pounds per square inch?
As well as measured with a grip analysis. It's a thing you grip and you compress it, and that tells you how many pounds of pressure the grasp applies. And a healthy adult male, that grasp, the maximum grasp pressure can be about 100 pounds.
And in your experience dealing with, how many autopsies would you estimate that you've performed?
Oh,
Because it's run through the defenses team, and it's lawyers and IT. They don't understand it.
several thousand. And I can provide 4,000 or 5,000 more.
As it relates to your experience and training, and obviously what you reviewed on this case, were you able to determine the obstruction of the jugular vein requires application of approximately how many pounds of pressure?
To obstruct the jugular vein, which is a thin walled blood vessel, drains blood from the head and brain. To compress that blood vessel takes about 2 or 3 pounds of pressure.
And to obstruct the carotid artery, do you have an opinion as to how many pounds of pressure it would take?
Yes, because the carotid artery has a thicker wall, takes a little more force to close off that blood vessel, and that's usually like 10 to 20 pounds of application of pressure.
So you agree that to close off the jugular vein would be 2 to 3 or 4 to 5 pounds of pressure. To obstruct the carotid artery would be about 10 to 20 pounds of pressure. And the maximum grip strength of a healthy adult is 100 pounds of pressure, correct?
That's correct.
So do you have an opinion as to the degree of force that would be necessary to actually cause one to have these vessels closed off with a lack of oxygen causing death?
Several pounds of pressure as the grip is applied and compresses the jugular and the carotid on both sides of the neck. So it's not a forceful grab and crushing. The voice box isn't crushed. There's just compression of those blood vessels, and that then causes the brain not to get any oxygen, and the brain then dies, and that's called an asphyxial death due to lack of oxygen to the brain, because the blood flow supplying oxygen is stopped.
Okay. Now, do you, this is important, in your experience, in your training,
As I remember the opening statement, he was on one knee begging her to get him back. She hit him in the face with a rock glass, and he just gently tapped her, and she fell over dead. I really have a hard time seeing why this witness is here. It's not helping.
In education, are there artifacts that are left, for example, on a body from defensive wounds, scraping of the neck, trying to get the hands off the neck, things of that nature?
Well, they wouldn't be artifacts, they would be actual injuries. And so you can see fingernail scrapings as either the person applying the pressure is moving around and scratching the skin of the neck, or the person who is being attacked can take their hands and fingernails and try to pull off the assailant's hands. So it's a common, or you can see scratches on the neck from either the assailant's fingernails and with movement, or the victims trying to pull the hands off.
And would you agree with me that in this case there were literally no scratches or fingernail marks on the skin of the neck, as would be expected? There were none. There were no.
So she just lay there and it was okay, or she was passed out. So there's no defensive marks. Then they weren't in a fight. Because they claim it happened in a drunken fight, but if there's no defensive marks on his hands or on the neck, wouldn't that suggest she was out cold and then he did it? That makes it even more premeditated. Normally, even if you like it to begin with, your natural, when your brain gets deprived of oxygen, it doesn't matter that you might be about to climax. You will try and get whatever it is off of you. Brown chicken, brown cow. Brandon.
There were no defensive wounds, in other words, no clawing of his hands or anything like that.
Correct.
No, I think he tried to get the belt off as well.
So to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, it is your opinion, if I understand correctly, that there is one forceful application of pressure
The safe word is always kumquat.
to the neck without a prolonged struggle resulting in the death of Ms. McLean. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's what the autopsy findings show.
And finally,
if I was the defense, I wouldn't want that in there without a prolonged struggle. So she was out cold and he kept strangulating. She wasn't fighting back. Doesn't it take away from self-defense? Because if they were in a fight and he and she was laying there grabbing at his hands, trying to get to his face, all the usual things, wouldn't that be more okay? They were still fighting, that's why he kept the pressure on. And now it's without a prolonged fight, so she was just laying there and he was just... Isn't this worse? It's just me that thinks this is worse, that she didn't fight back. Because we were to believe they were in a drunken fight, and I think he misrepresents, he will misrepresent what another prolonged fight is. It doesn't mean it wasn't a prolonged pressure applied to the neck. It just means that she didn't fight back. I really don't know. Did we get the toxicology on her? We got on him. I think we reached that these two deserved each other's point of the story. Yeah. He was on Viagra, so he still had some time. Come on now. The old lame diss rack defense.
many times would you see reapplication of force? In other words, a person would grab somebody, and apply force causing bruising, and then because of struggle, apply a different area of force to the neck. There's none of that here, correct?
Yeah, you can, but I'm just saying, if you're trying to sell this as he was all passionate, why didn't he stop when she went limp? If she's struggling, he can, I'm gonna. To me, that's more in line of, oh, we were having a fight and I was my blood was up. If she went limp almost instantly and he just kept applying the pressure, then that's a very, very guilty for me. Brandon.
No, there's one application of force. There's just the two small bruises on either side of the neck under the jaw. There's no, with the corresponding hemorrhages directly underneath that in the muscles. There's no reapplication of it further down or on the side, just the sign of one application of a hand grab to the neck.
Thank you very much, Doug.
Well, now he had ample time because she wasn't fighting back. And again, you have 4 to 7 minutes. She passed out, yeah. But the brain just because you pass out doesn't mean you're dead. Well, I don't give sexual advice
Good
on this
afternoon,
channel.
Dr. LaPosada. My name is Beth McLaughlin. I'm an assistant district attorney here in Norfolk County. How are you today?
I'm very well, thanks.
I'm just going to ask you a few questions about your testimony and about the report that you did.
Sure.
You testified that you had previously been a medical examiner in Rhode Island for approximately 12 years.
Yes.
And in 2005, did you stop practicing medicine in Rhode Island as a medical examiner?
I resigned my position because they were going to cut my budget, and I didn't feel that I could continue. I've been on call for 24 hours a day for 12 years, and I felt it was time to move on. So I started my own independent consulting practice.
And that was in 2005, is that right?
Correct, June of 2005.
So approximately 20 years ago, you started running.
Yeah, that's actually what saves a lot of people when they get it. If someone tries to, well, it doesn't save them from, but if doing grape and stuff like that, most people stop applying pressure when people passes out.
Your own business?
20 years, well, yes, that's correct.
Okay. So you haven't actually examined a body as a medical examiner in approximately 20 years, is that right?
Bodies are bodies.
I've done a handful of private autopsies in that time, but when I work on cases such as the case here, I rely on the autopsy documentation as written in the report, the entire medical examiner file, all the autopsy photographs, the scene investigation, witness and police statements, so the entire investigative body of information. And
so you haven't, I'm just going to stop you there.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay.
So you have not performed an autopsy as a medical examiner in 20 years, is that correct? I understand that you've done some private autopsies and that now you review other people's reports and make your own opinions, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you are now called by defense attorneys to testify in criminal matters, is that right?
I am, yes.
And those matters include cases that involved autopsies, and sometimes you're also called to review records of living victims, is that right?
Yes.
And in the cases with living victims, you never actually examine the victim, that's right?
When I was in the medical examiner's office.
Yeah, you can order a private autopsy. They do that in some cases where they don't believe the ME's explanation, or if the ME doesn't want to do an autopsy, And then they hire people like this. That's what opened up Sandra Birchmore's case, was a person like this coming in and saying, it doesn't look right. Hey, AJK. Oh, that's not the right one. So what? Golden Girls have done more autopsy than the ME they called, who was a disaster. Yeah, because she had done how many? It was less than 50.
I would examine the
Yeah, Compo, that's to me, these are the damning facts against him. One, he should have known when she went limp. Oh my God. That's when he had time to stop. That's where premeditation creeps in, because I can buy, she hits him in the face, he flies on her, knocks her down, grabs her neck. Not that I can condone it, of course, but I can understand that this could have happened. Then she passes out. Then he should have thought, oh my God, this is bad. And then he should have started putting oxygen back into her.
Patient, a living victim. In my independent consulting practice, I would examine photographs of any injuries of the living victim.
So I'm just talking now about
I think they say 4 to 7.
your work in your practice.
He was drunk.
Okay? So you do not ever examine living individuals in your practice that you've been doing for the last 20 years, correct?
Correct.
In your individual consulting. And in cases that involve autopsies, you don't actually perform the autopsy either, do you?
Correct.
You just read the reports and documents provided by the defense attorney, and you make an opinion based on other people's reports, right?
Well, I look at the autopsy report, which is meant to put down findings so any other qualified forensic pathologist would have been right there looking at it. That's the whole purpose of having an autopsy report. Plus, I have to rely on other information that we use to determine the cause and circumstances of death, which is the autopsy photographs, the scene photographs, witness statements. So there's more to examine than just the written autopsy report, but certainly that is part of my examination.
So you're basing your opinion on other people's reports and photographs, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And you get paid in order to review these things, don't you?
So does your ME stop with these stupid questions?
And you get paid an hourly rate?
Yes.
How much money do you make an hour?
Let's see, I think we charge $4.75 an hour.
$475
That's
an
cheap.
hour. And you've been working with Attorney Reddington on this case, correct?
Yes.
And you've reviewed documents. You talked about them earlier. You reviewed the report of the medical examiner, correct?
I did, I reviewed the entire file, yes.
Okay, and photographs, you said?
Correct.
And police reports?
Yes.
And Norwood Hospital records?
Yes.
Approximately how long did that take you?
I can't tell you right offhand, probably several days if you put all the time together.
So how many hours do you think that is?
I can't give you an estimate or an exact time.
I hate these questions. I don't care if she's getting paid $4.75 or $25. I would actually wonder why they could get someone for $25. She did a job. She got paid for the job. No one works for free. No one. No matter what job you do, you will get something for it. It's a shitty question, and I hate when people does it. She didn't ask her own ME, oh, were you on the clock when you did the autopsy? Because she was. Stop with these ridiculous. Please, all the lawyers who on LawTube, could you please tell all your fellow lawyer friends, never ask these questions again. It makes you seem petty. It's the same as going into someone's chat and say, oh, Well, you started covering this because you made $200 in super chats. Oh, I guess some people say that.
Or maybe 16 hours, maybe 10, maybe 18.
So approximately how much money have you made reviewing this case, as well as doing your report and testifying here today?
Exactly.
I really don't know. I haven't, my assistant usually sends out the invoices.
So you have no idea? 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, what do you think?
Or maybe 5 to 8. That's just a guess.
$5,000 to $8,000 at $475 an hour.
Yeah, that's 10 to 20 hours work. Reviewing all the material, writing a report, coming to court. That's not a lot. It's the same with the ARCA guys was paid $20,000. Yeah, for 2 highly trained specialists, including travel, if they needed housing, they needed food, and you're not getting an ARCA guy for $500 an hour. Do you know how little they got paid by the defense? Well, that's why they changed their mind. They make more when they work on a new helmet with the NFL, and those guys don't make money. It's ARCA, the company, that get the money. I hate these questions. I really... If anyone wants to make a law that they can't ask these stupid questions, that would be a law I could get behind when I make $1 million and immigrate to the Americas.
And in turning your attention to this particular case, you did not examine the body of Katie McLean, did you?
Asked and answered.
I examined the photographs and the autopsy report.
So that's a no. Is that right?
No, we did not, I think we know I did not do the autopsy.
Okay. And
Good
you
question.
said that you reviewed pictures from the autopsy. Are you aware that there were 2 sets of photographs from the autopsy?
I think I saw photographs that were from the medical examiner's office and the police.
And you said that you reviewed photographs from the scene, that's right?
Correct.
And are you aware that there were 2 sets of photographs from the scene?
I don't remember how many sets there were.
Did you review all of the photographs from the scene?
I reviewed all I had, of course.
Did you review pictures of the defendant?
Yes.
And you understand that there were 2 sets of photographs taken of the defendant, is that right?
I don't know how many, quote, sets there were, but I reviewed photographs of him.
There was 1 set from the cell phone of Sergeant Katkowski. Did you look at those?
I don't recall.
Well, objection. She's going to review the discovery that I get from the DA and I provide to her. I don't know about Katkowski.
Overall, she may.
It's the same stupid thing again. Either you're doing it because you're getting a paycheck or you don't know anything. It's the same. Did you only fire the gun once? Oh, you fired the gun 8 times. It's always wrong. And I hate these questions. It's only to tell the jury, oh, look at this rich person. You're getting $15 an hour to sit here, but this capitalist pig got paid. I'm betting no one is asking Hank Brennan every time he won't start every sentence by saying, hello, Miss Jen McCabe. I'm Hank Brennan. I'm getting paid $225,000 because none on the team is good enough to do this case for them. So, can I ask you this question? Oh, you are my expert. I am paying you $500 an hour so I can disprove the ARCA guys. If they want to ask the experts, then every single expert or government employee that testifies for the state should be saying, yeah, I worked 45 hours. I make $17 an hour, so I have made X on doing this case. It's such a childish, ridiculous thing, and I actually think that it should be barred. for this type of question, because what's too much? We saw the Johnny Depp financial expert. He was a whole lot better than Dr. Smeagol. So he's getting more pay. If you're good at your job, you will get a higher paycheck. If you're really bad at your job and you might be going around looking for crumbs, you get paid a lot less than a good expert does. Cristiano Ronaldo made a whole heck of a lot more money than I did, and we both played football. But I was never good enough to get money for it.
Answered if she knows.
Do you know if you reviewed the cell phone photographs that were taken during the defendant's interview?
I reviewed photographs of his injuries.
What about the crime scene services photographs that were taken of the defendant? Did you receive those?
Nope.
I'm not sure who took the photographs, but I saw photographs of the scene where he was found and photographs of him.
And you would agree with me that the police have professional grade cameras, is that right?
Objection, how's she gonna know that?
I would imagine.
Overruled if she knows.
I'm sorry, you said you would imagine?
I'm not familiar with what's
Katie McLean is the firefighter who got PTSD from attending court.
sort of cameras they have.
And you're saying that the defendant did not have
Stop it with you hand eggs. Oh, it's football. Why don't you use your feet? Because we have a commercial break.
any defensive wounds on his body?
I didn't say that.
So you agree that the defendant did have defensive wounds on his body?
From what I recall, he had injuries to his face where a glass was broken, allegedly broken against his face, and he had some injuries on his arm that fit a pattern of a serrated knife. And my understanding was that he was trying to kill himself and had to consume.
So my question, I'm just going to stop you right there.
No. Can she finish, please?
All right, let her
She can
finish.
answer the question, which was, did he have any
She was.
defensive wounds?
All right, rephrase the question, ask it again, please.
But what
I'm going to just ask you a question again. So you're saying that you did not observe any defensive wounds on the defendant,
correct.
correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
They could be, yes.
Okay. And you said that you had reviewed police reports.
Yes.
Which agencies did you review police reports from?
Oh, I don't recall right now.
Okay, if I said the Dover police reports, would you agree with that?
Yes.
What about the Dedham police reports?
If there were police reports, I reviewed them if they were available to Attorney Reddington.
What about state police reports?
I probably reviewed those, yes.
And you listened to the defendant's statement that he made?
No,
You didn't listen to the defendant's statement.
correct.
You reviewed Dr. Matthews' report, you said that.
Yes,
And you would agree with me that all steps taken by Dr. Matthews were correct?
I disagree with that.
You don't think that the autopsy the report of the autopsy that Dr. Matthews did was correct?
I disagree with some of her conclusions, yes.
But I'm talking about the steps that she took during the autopsy.
Oh, it wasn't. It was Katie McLean's brother, the wife of Dr. Ingolf Tuerk, who is on trial inside for unaliving her. He didn't like the comments I made on my show about his sister, which I was reading from a source that knew Katie and Dr. Tuerk. He told me to shut my effing mouth and keep his sister's name out of my mouth. I told him I absolutely would not be doing that I was simply reporting on a major unaliving trial and that this is America and I will say whatever I want to say on my show. He's free not to listen. He charged down the stairs at me, aggressively getting in my face, thinking it would scare me. It didn't. When I asked him what he's going to do about it, if he was going to hit me, he looked bewildered. He thought that his tough guy routine alone would force me to shut up. Newsflash, I'm not that guy. I'm the other guy, the guy who has been to jail and faced down cop killers. The encounter lasted about 90 seconds and 6 state troopers watched and did nothing despite the buffer zone. I don't care. People should be allowed to confront me and anyone else in public. I'm not going to cry to them to do something. I'm not a B-word like Chris Albert. That's the update from Turtle Boy.
No, I disagree with those two. There were no measurements of the hemorrhages she describes in the muscles around the face and the head, and she did not recognize those as being changes to the body after death. So those are very significant errors.
So you agree that the cause of death was manual strangulation, right?
Correct.
I don't understand this line
And
of
in your
question.
report,
No.
you stated that Katie McLean's injuries were consistent with only a one-handed grab. Is that right?
Correct.
And you said that primarily because you showed us here today that the one-handed grab would cause bruising from the thumb and the forefinger on her neck. Is that right?
Well, not just the forefinger, but the rest of the fingers. Yes.
No, it's fine. I was just. It could be both of them. It could be that weirdo who attacked him, who's dating the high maintenance girl.
Looking at the injuries on her neck, those are what we call the pattern injury, which means they correspond to something. So the injuries that I saw corresponded to one application of force on either side of the neck up under the jaw.
Okay. But then when you were talking about the two-handed grab, you put your hands out like this, and you would agree with me that the two thumbs could hit right where you're saying the two bruises were, right?
Well, only taken in isolation. But you have to look at the bruising then underneath and see how that corresponds to the changes on the skin surface. So we know that there was not just one pinpoint of like one thumb, but there was the hand grasp.
But it's possible that where you're saying the two bruises are, they could be from thumbprints from a two-handed grab. Isn't that right?
No.
So you would agree, but you would agree with me that it could be from a two-handed grab, correct?
No, the evidence does not correspond.
She just said no to you.
So you reviewed the autopsy pictures, you already said that, and you saw the bruise to the exterior of Katie's neck, right?
Yes.
And you said that there was one area under the right jawbone and one area under the left jawbone, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you examined the internal pictures of Katie's neck too, right?
Yes.
And you saw the 4 layers of hemorrhage in the front of her neck. You talked about that on direct.
Well, there's 2 layers on each side. There's 2 layers of muscle on each side. Well, actually 3. And they're layered one on top of the other. And there was bruises that would correspond to injury and compression on top of those layered muscle groups.
Okay. So you would agree with me that one layer is skin, is that right?
You could say that.
Okay. And her skin had a hemorrhage. It had an ecchymosis, right?
It was very, very faint.
But it had you would agree with me that you testified on direct that there was bruising to her external neck, is that right?
Yes, very faint under the jawbone on the neck.
And the next layer would be, and I am probably not going to say this right, so you'll have to correct me, but the sternocleidoid mastoid muscle, is that right?
If you want to really go from the skin down, you have the skin, then you have a very thin sheet of muscle called the platysma, then you have the sternocleidomastoid, then you have the sternothyroid and the sternohyoid, as they're all layered one above the other.
And those muscles had hemorrhaging on Katie's neck, didn't they?
Yes, they have 1 point application of hemorrhage.
And you would agree that bilaterally means both sides of the plane of the neck, correct?
Correct, on both sides.
So Katie's neck had 4 layers of hemorrhages.
If you want to count each muscle layer, sure.
Okay. And you would agree that that indicates a significant amount of force was put on her neck?
Well, not significant. That's where you're wrong. It does not take a huge amount of force to compress those very thin muscles and break the blood vessels, and also to compress the blood vessels on the side of the neck to cause a lack of blood flow to the brain. So it's like 5 pounds of pressure, which compared to what a adult grasp maximally can do, which is 100, it's not a huge amount of pressure.
But it takes force, right?
Sure.
I really don't understand. It was a really bad witness for the defense, and she's attacking her like she just came in with a video showing that Katie was sitting there saying, "Are you going to stop me? Are you going to stop me?" She was a bad witness. Why are you so aggressive?
And you would agree that the injuries, the hemorrhages that we're talking about, the internal hemorrhages in Katie's neck, they would have occurred pre or peri-mortem, right?
No, they caused her death. They didn't So perimortem means around the time of death, but premortem means occurring
Before.
when you're alive.
So they-
these occurred when she was alive, and the pressure on those blood vessels caused her death.
So those injuries, the 4 layers of hemorrhages, are what caused her death.
The pressure that those are a marker of.
So she was alive when those injuries were, when she sustained those injuries, right?
Yes,
Okay. You also examined the pictures of Katie's hyoid bone, right?
yes,
And you agree that the left greater horn of the hyoid bone was fractured.
correct.
And you would agree that a broken hyoid bone alone does not cause death, right?
There is nothing about the hyoid bone that you need to sustain life. Again, that is a marker that pressure was applied to the sides of the neck.
So it doesn't cause death alone, right?
Well, the fracture of the hyoid bone itself does not produce death, but we use it as a marker to understand that pressure was applied to the sides of the neck, which stopped the blood vessels, and then that's what causes the death.
I understand that, but my question is, a broken hyoid bone alone does not cause death, correct?
Correct.
And you already said that you examined the internal photographs of the back of Katie's neck, correct?
Correct.
And you saw that she had bilateral posterior neck muscle hemorrhage, right?
I disagree with that. The photographs don't support that. There was very deep bleeding around where the spinal column is. And again, that was not a result of application of force there because the skin was not injured. The muscles above that little bleeding were not injured. And that is due to the changes after death of the position of her body.
Well, you're saying that it happened after death, right?
All right.
Correct. Those are post-mortem, meaning after death changes. That's why it's so important to
She's an ADA in Massachusetts. Does it matter if they're experienced? They are all crap hats.
know the circumstances of the discovery of the body
Okay.
and be able to separate damage to the body after death from injuries that actually caused death.
So I'm just going to ask that you listen to my question and you answer it with a yes or a no.
She's answering the question.
Okay, overruled. Go ahead.
So you saw the bilateral posterior neck muscle hemorrhage. You believe that it was post-mortem, is that correct? But you did observe the muscle hemorrhages, correct?
Deep central muscle hemorrhage, bleeding that was after death.
So deep alongside her spinal column, right?
Correct.
You would agree with me that hemorrhages occur pre-mortem, correct? Because death, your blood stops flowing, right?
Well, they can occur both because the heart is pumping around blood and those blood vessels are damaged in life, or the changes after death due to hydrostatic pressure of gravity that pulls down. We see the livor mortis, the settling of blood, and also it'll give us a indication of the position of the body. So we know the position of the body, and those are hemorrhages, meaning there's small bleeding into the tissue from the forces of blood settling, no longer under the force of the heart pumping, so blood settling, in addition to the early decompositional changes of dissolution of the small blood vessels. So these, we call them hemorrhages, but they are not caused during life and not caused by use of force.
So when that's a lot to unpack, so I just
You're just making the jury think that she was really, really good and she said something very important. You didn't even need to ask one question. She's not helping the defense. She said it's a one-handed choke and there's no defensive wounds. You could use this. Why are you this aggressive? Yeah, did he strangle her or did he really, really strangle her? Or was it maybe that he really, really strangled her?
I just want to back you up a little bit. So
She keeps
when the
going.
heart stops pumping, blood stops flowing, right? Do I have that right?
You do.
Okay. And hemorrhaging occurs when blood is flowing, correct?
Yeah, and it can be forced to flow via gravity. That's why when you shoot a deer, you hang it and then the blood will flow, even though the heart isn't pumping. That's what she's been saying for the last hour. It could be gravity.
It can, yes.
And you saw hemorrhages within 3 layers of muscle in the back of Katie's neck, correct?
No.
You saw it in 2?
It was a deep muscle hemorrhage right around the spinal cord. So there were no layers of hemorrhage. There was some livor mortis post-mortem dissolution of the blood vessels, which showed a small hemorrhage.
Well, you would agree with me that livor mortis is different than bruising. Is that correct?
Well, livor mortis can produce, quote, bruising, meaning that there is dissolution of a small vessel which causes release of the blood in that one area. Usually when we speak of bruising, we mean that it's caused by injury to blood vessels and then the heart pumping the blood out. So, and it's important to know the difference between a post-mortem or after death artifactual hemorrhage from a pre-mortem or during life hemorrhage.
So livor mortis is different than bruising or ecchymosis, correct?
Well, livor mortis refers to the general settling of blood into the dependent areas of the skin of the body. And then if a certain area has is more dependent, that livor mortis can change into small post-mortem hemorrhages like we see here.
So livor mortis is blood settling, not blood flowing, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you would agree with me that you talked about the deep layer of blood in Katie's spinal cord. You said it was right down, all the way down into her spinal cord, right?
No, not to her spinal cord, to the bone. It was very deep, a very small breakage of blood vessels through the position of the body after death, unrelated to any trauma during.
Well, I'm not asking you what it's related to. I'm just saying that you saw it. You're saying that it was deep in the spinal cord, right? You would agree with me that that's through layers of...
No, she just said it wasn't in the spinal cord. Is Lally the one teaching you to listen? Because you are like Lally, you're asking the same question 5 different ways and you won't listen to an answer. This is why I believe that the defense at some point must say asked and answered multiple times.
Muscle.
No, it was, the layers of muscle were uninjured, and the back of your neck has a lot of very thick muscles, and those muscles showed no injury. The skin of the back of the neck showed no injury. There was a small amount of postmortem hemorrhage deep about the spinal vertebral bodies due to the postmortem time after death and the position of the body.
So Katie had hemorrhages into the deep area of her neck, is that right? And she had bilateral injuries in the back of her neck as well. I understand that you're saying that they are from post-mortem injury, but I'm just asking you, you would agree with Dr. Matthews that there was bilateral injury on the back of Katie's neck, is that right?
I disagree with that.
Okay.
He interpreted it as an injury, and that's an error.
You also talked...
I don't know if the jury's going to care, but the jury's going to wonder, was she really that helpful to the defense since she had to stand there and yell at her so we couldn't go out and get our Rubens? I never had a Reuben sandwich.
About the injuries to Katie.
Oh, I think I had a Reuben sandwich. Is that the one with powdered sugar on it?
Katie's head, right?
Yes, again, those are post-mortem.
So I'm not asking you what they are. I'm just asking you if you saw the injuries to her head.
There were small areas of blood vessel disruption in the temporalis muscle, which is under the scalp on either sides of the head. They were extremely small, less than 1/2 inch.
But there were injuries to Katie's head, correct?
No, they're not injuries. They're not the application of force during life.
You saw damage to Katie's head, is that correct?
There was post-mortem changes, as I said, they were not caused by any injury during life.
I'm not asking you how they were caused, Dr. LaPosada. I would really like it if you could just answer my question, yes or no. Attorney Reddington will give you an opportunity to explain. I'm asking you yes or no questions.
I'm just asking this.
I had that one.
Once, there's 3 people talking at the same time. So ask the question again.
You would agree that there was damage to Katie's head, yes or no?
No,
You didn't see any damage to Katie's head?
there was not damage that was occurred during life.
I'm not asking you that. I'm
Asked and answered.
asking you if there was damage to Katie's head.
Well, that's the best way I can answer that.
You would agree that the damage in Katie's head was bilateral, correct?
There were small bleedings on either side of the temporalis muscle.
So that's bilateral. right?
Right, on the side, correct, right and left.
And you would also agree that they go into the cerebral cortex of her brain.
No, that's not correct. There was also some settling of the blood in the subarachnoid area of the coverings of the brain.
Oh, I don't like sauerkraut.
Again, due to the position and the time that she was in that position after her death.
And again, I understand that your opinion is that
You don't have to be condescending. I know Special Protector Brennan and Lally works at the same office. You don't have to be condescending. This lady knows more about any bleeding in the body than what you have been taught by your ME that you have to ask. You are making her look like a very strong witness because you are so condescending and you won't listen. Just wrap it up. Send them out. Let them have their Monte Cristo, which is a weird sandwich. It's one of those, I like it, but it's weird.
Injuries to Katie's head were post-mortem.
Yeah.
However, you would agree with me that they are also consistent with blunt force trauma, correct?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
You stated that
This is
sustained
horrible.
compression of both sides of the head can produce unconsciousness in an average of 10 seconds. Is that right?
Sustained pressure to both sides of the neck to compress the blood vessels that we discussed earlier.
Okay.
Yes,
So you would agree that that can happen in the average of about 10 seconds?
correct,
And unconsciousness does not mean not breathing. Is that right?
correct. The manual strangulation has nothing to do
It's supposed to be on
with the
break
airway.
15 minutes
The
ago.
airway is unobstructed. It's a blood flow problem.
Oh, we're going
So
to
when you're
break soon.
unconscious, you can still be breathing, right?
Correct.
And you agree that although you say an
Do you know the difference between unconscious and dead? Of course you're breathing when you're unconscious, because if you weren't breathing, you're dead. Oh,
average of about 10 seconds, it could be longer, depending on the person, right?
That would be an average. I've had cases where it's been 3 seconds, sometimes longer. It depends on the exact particulars of the interaction.
So it could be longer, is that right?
That's
what I'm hearing? Okay. You also said that death can follow within 4 to 5 minutes, right?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that not all strangulations lead to death, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that when breathing and blood flow resumes, lives can be saved, right?
Well, again, the manual strangulation doesn't cut off the airway, but people certainly survive attempted strangulations.
Okay. And medical care could help facilitate breathing to resume, is that right?
That's possible.
And if a person was brought to the hospital, a tube could be placed to help with any obstruction with the breathing, right?
Well, there is no obstruction.
Okay. Once the pressure is released, right?
there's still no obstructions. You heard your own experts say it's the cutting off of the blood flow. It doesn't have to be of the airflow, because it's not your it's not your breathing to, what the hell is it called? I can't remember it now. It's not your airways that needs to be constructed, because your airways doesn't feed your brain. Your airways goes into the lungs, then it goes into the capillaries or whatever it's called. Then it goes into the something, and then it transfers over the membranes into the bloodstream, and it flows through your body. So it's the bloodstream you have to constrict. You don't have to constrict the airwave.
I don't understand your question.
CPR would be helpful to resume breathing. Isn't that right?
Well, it depends on the case. If somebody's dead, you can't always resuscitate them.
But you just testified that not all strangulations lead to death, right?
Correct.
So if CPR was done, it could resuscitate a person after a strangulation, correct?
Why are we talking about
Depends
this?
on the case.
It's possible, correct?
Possible.
Yep. Are you aware that the defendant stated that Katie was fighting him and he kept going when he had his hands around her neck?
Okay,
I've
overruled, she can answer.
I'm sorry?
I'm not familiar with that.
Because you didn't listen to the defendant's statement, right?
I did not listen to the defendant's statement.
And you would agree that strangulation often does not leave marks or bruises, right?
There are usually indicia of strangulation, either in the skin or in the muscles of the neck.
But you're aware that there are strangulation cases where a victim survives and
You said often, it's not often. It's actually one of the telltale signs. You can see fingerprints, you can see red marks, especially in cases where they don't end lives. Especially if a guy roughhouses a girl and grabs onto her. One of the things we always try to look for in those cases are the photos taken by the cops with the fingerprints or the finger marks around the neck. I really dislike this ADA now.
there are no exterior bruising, no exterior injuries that people can see.
So you're talking about what you see on a survivor of an attempted manual strangulation?
Yes.
Okay, sometimes you can see marks or scratches on the neck. Sometimes you can see scratches on the face. You might see some hemorrhages in the eye.
And sometimes you can't, right?
Usually there are some abnormal findings on the body.
But you would agree with me that there are cases where there are no external injuries with strangulation.
If they're survived, yes.
Okay. And you would agree with me that you did in fact observe injury on Katie, correct?
She didn't survive.
And those injuries led you to
It's
believe
not
that
the
her cause of
question.
death was strangulation.
Yes, manual strangulation.
You never object when your opposition is doing a bad job. Right now, the jury is thinking, why is she so aggressive and why is this witness saying, no, incorrect, no, it's not correct. I disagree. This is what the jury is hearing. The jury doesn't understand what subdermal bleeding is, but they hear a $475 an hour expert say, no, incorrect, I don't agree. They forgot that she just said, yeah, every telltale sign of him strangling her is there because this lady is an idiot.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Oh, you shouldn't have had half of those you had.
So on cross-examination, the district...
Mr. Redding, I'm not sure she can hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. District Attorney asked you questions about the fact that you get paid money for your testimony here today, $475 an hour as you're charging me apparently on this case, correct?
But I get paid for the time I spend working on the case.
Exactly.
I don't get paid for any particular conclusion.
And it's pretty much a given that in this case, in this courtroom, pretty much everybody that has anything to do with this case, defense attorney, prosecutor, judge, cops, anybody is getting paid for their time in this trial. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. She can
Well,
answer.
it's their job like it's my job.
And the fact that you are getting paid after all of these years' experience and that you're charging $475 an hour, is that going to sway your testimony so you would be less than candid to this jury?
Of course not.
Go ahead. Thank you very much.
Nothing further, thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Dr. Lopasada.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so jurors, we're going to take the lunch recess. Plan to be back at 2 p.m. and we'll get going this afternoon. I'll talk to the attorneys over the break as well to give you an update when you come back from lunch.
2 p.m. That's a long break. No, 2 p.m. isn't a long break. That's half an hour. Cheapest. Now I have to go run make my dinner. Ah. Not really a sandwich. That's what you call smorgasbord when you butcher the name for smørrebrød. That's what you call an open-faced sandwich. We have a piece of rye bread, butter, of course butter, not margarine. Come on now. Then you have some pieces of cold cuts. You might have a little bit of grass spread on top that just to make it look more inviting. And that's what we call smørrebrød. And it's the bestest. She's like a Texan. Thank you so very much for 20 gifted membership.
Direct exam on Harry would probably be half hour.
I know it's tough to tell, but trying to figure out what's bones tomorrow.
I think it might.
Okay.
And I guess that leads us to, though, whether or not the court wants to close tomorrow.
If the testimony ends early enough, the answer would be yes.
Okay.
I don't want to cram everything in. In other words, if we end for the day at 12 o'clock with testimony, I think it makes sense to come back on Thursday. We also have to do a charge conference.
Yes.
So we'll talk about that a little bit more at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Please don't go to Thursday.
We are, excuse me, we are going a full day tomorrow, just so you agree. All right.
Thank you so much. She's like Texas for 20 memberships to Rassler's Mom, Micah, Deb Joy, Sunlit Waves, Julie Fraser, Ross, Jen P., Colonel in South Africa, Carrie Ann, I'll allow it, Flawless Mom, Anna, Chloe's mom. There's a lot of moms in here. Beach Bum, Psychic Interconnections, Jane Brown, Wendy Joe, Watchdog, Stacey Marie, and I think that was it. Thank you so very, very much. She's like Texas. So I got paid too today, just like everyone else who's working. I hate those questions. There's a cafe in Ghent in Belgium called Smørbrød. Oh, interesting. Ours are usually not rye bread, but it can be. Ours is always rye bread, and only you'll have your shrimp or your cheese will be on what we call French bread, but you probably just call white bread. Oh, thank you so much. Well, it's my pleasure sometimes doing something weird. Hey, Mini Busy. Well, and we're just going on lunch break. We'll be back in half an hour. I'll be back. I'm saying we because I'm like Plevin, the royal we. I have rye boiled egg, prawns, and lettuce. Take away the lettuce, and it'll be good with some mayo and a little twist of citrus on top of it. Baguette. Do I look like a French person? And some shrimp cheese. Oh, yeah, I should have some shrimp cheese. Join us back because, as I understood it, this was the last witness before he takes the stand. So be back in roughly half an hour. Follow on Twitter, follow on the Discord if you want to have notification. YouTube are a-holes. Can I do a weird whispering stream? I can do that on my OnlyFans. Will we be having cake? I don't have any cake in my house. I need... no, not word crack, because YouTube doesn't like videos over 4 hours, and this is already 4.5 hours. So I will try and please the YouTube gods and do another stream. I'll set up. And I also have to go and set up Rumble. So everyone, join me back in half an hour. 30 minutes enough time to clean out my shit? It is. Not cheesecake. No cheesecake. I shouldn't say stuff like that. Everyone, come back later because we are finally getting to the meat and bones of it. He's taking the stand.